See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
As children, we learn the truth of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people. A nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices. A nation of many people working as one. A nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Characteristics relates to public administration and the affairs of government. Let's start with the first characteristic of good governance, which is participation. Participation by everyone in the affairs of government is one of the most important cornerstones of good governance. This participation could be either direct or through legitimate intermediary institutions or agents. Participation must therefore be informed and organized. On the one hand, participation means freedom of association and expression, and on the other hand, an organized civil society. The next characteristic is that public administration must be based on the rule of law. Good governance requires a fair legal framework that is enforced impartially. It also requires full protection of human rights, particularly the rights of minorities. Good governance in public administration must further be based on the impartial enforcement of laws by an independent judiciary, as well as an impartial and incorruptible police force. The next characteristic of good governance is transparency. Transparency means that decisions made and their implementation are made in accordance with the current rules and regulations. It also means that Information is freely available and directly accessible to those affected by such decisions and their enforcement. It also means that enough information is provided, and that it is provided in formats and platforms that are easy to understand and easily accessible. The next characteristic of good governance is responsiveness. In this regard, good governance requires that government institutions as well as processes in place must attempt to respond to all stakeholders within a reasonable time frame. Good governance in public administration must also be consensus-oriented. This means that since there are multiple interest groups and as many viewpoints in a given society, good governance therefore requires mediating diverse interests in society in order to achieve a broad societal consensus on what is in the best interest of the whole community and how this can be achieved. It also requires a broad and long-term perspective on what is required for sustainable human development and how the goals of such development can be achieved. This can only result from an understanding of the historical, cultural, and social contexts of a particular society or community. The next characteristic is that good governance ensures equity and inclusiveness within the community. A society's well-being depends on ensuring that all its members feel that they have a stake in it and do not feel excluded from the mainstream of society. This requires all groups, but particularly the most vulnerable, have opportunities to improve or at least maintain their well-being. Basically, public administration must develop policies that ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to maintain and to improve their welfare. Good governance further ensures the effective and efficient use of public resources. Essentially, good governance means that processes and institutions produce results that meet the needs of society while making the best use of resources at their disposal. The concept of efficiency in the context of good governance also covers the sustainable use of natural resources and the protection of the environment. Sustainability in this context refers to both ensuring social investments carry through and natural resources are maintained for future generations. The last but certainly not least characteristic of good governance we will discuss is accountability. Accountability is a crucial characteristic of good governance. Public administrators must be accountable to the general public and established constitutional institutions. In terms of who is accountable to whom, will depend on the decision or action taken, and whether such decision or action was taken internally, within a public institution, or externally. In general, public sector organizations and institutions, as well as public administrators, are accountable mainly to those who are affected by its decisions or actions. It is important to note that accountability cannot be enforced without transparency and the rule of law. In conclusion, the 8 characteristics of good governance assist public administration in ensuring that 1. Corruption is minimized. 2. The views of minorities are taken into account. And 3. The voices of the most vulnerable in society are heard in the decision-making processes of government. Good governance further assists the public administration by being responsive to the present and future needs of society. Although good governance is an ideal that is difficult to achieve in its entirety, however, steps must still be taken to make this ideal a reality. This will ensure the sustainability of human development.
Yes, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. Why am I getting a feedback here? Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Kevin, may I get a feedback? Mic, mic, mic. Mic, mic. Mic, mic, mic. It didn't say it's loud, but I'm getting a feedback. I'm getting like a echo. 1 second, folks. We have a little problem with the sound. It kind of confusing, but Kevin work on it right now. Should be resolved in a few seconds. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic. Mic, 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 mic check. You hear it?
Story about a big man who died and went to the other side. On that day, God had decreed that whoever arrives must choose where to go, whether heaven or hell. So this man was excited. He demanded to visit hell first. And he got into something which looked like a lift, and he went down to hell. When the doors opened, things were glorious. The devil had no tail. The devil had no horns. He even met his friends. They were healthy, eating well, drinking well, making merry. Then it was time up, and he then demanded to be taken to heaven. In heaven, the picture was nice. Angels floating around, good music, the Lord Almighty presiding and reigning supreme. Finally, he was asked, what's your choice? Because you are not going to be judged. There's no judgment today. Judge for yourself. He thought, you know, these bishops have been telling lies and spoiling the name of the devil. The devil is a very fine man. He looks after his people. Now all these imams in the mosque making noise, saying Satan, Satan. This man is not bad at all. And in any case, heaven seems to be overrated. As a matter of fact, it's a bit boring. That was the debate in his head. So when the angel asked him to choose, he said, I have chosen that I'll go to hell, now that I've seen it with my own eyes. And the angel said, get into the lift. He got into the lift and it took him down, but when the doors opened, things had changed. The place looked like a desert. His friends were wearing dirty clothes. They were eating from the garbage pit. And the devil was now complete in his devilish regalia. The tail was out, the horns were out, and he was carrying a whip. So he tiptoed towards the devil and said, excuse me, sir, you remember me, don't you? I was here the other day. You surely remember me. And Lucifer said, go to hell, I don't remember you. What do you have to say anyway? He said, you know, the other day things were very nice here. Things have been changed for the worse today. What's happening? The devil said, I'm sorry, my friend. The day you came, we were campaigning. So, now, therefore, we need to tell our people to know that there's life after campaigns.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Blessing. Yeah. Mic check. Mic. Yeah, come back. Mic.
So greetings, Will. Can you guys hear me?
Them can't hear you. Them can't. Bless up, everybody. Can you hear me? Because hello, bless up. No, man, this not sound right. Hold on there. Greetings and salutations. All of you can hear me, right? Dart said no sound. Mic. Yeah, I think it. Mic. All right, my people. Sorry for the delay. The age of technology. So these things happen and you just have to just go with the flow. But thankfully, we have a Kevin and we have an OT. We have a producer, Joan. So we're not too far from fixing our problems when they emerge. All right, let me start with big up everybody because we have a little time here. All right, first of all, this is a special show. This, as you know, this is not the Wednesday show. This is not the Saturday show. It's something that came to mind because of what's going on with the election. And what struck me most was the Prime Minister's constituency, what happened there and what is still happening there. I've spoken to several people and I'm getting reports and they're not complimentary about the whole process. And we're going to show you some things that happened with the Prime Minister a while back and show you how life is so funny because what goes around comes around. In this case, what went around is coming around. We don't know if it will take hold, but we shall see. All right, Elaine, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself, Elaine. Who else is here? Well, OT there. OT left me. Okay. LW, greetings and salutations. Yeah, Ivan, big up yourself. Keep it going, OT. Keep it running. Merlin, big up yourself, Merlin. Big up 60 buses today. Wow. More than I expected. Joke me, I make. Herbie T, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Welcome. Freedom, blessings, blessings. Keep it going, OT. J Summer. Hello, everybody. Up there. Miss D, way up there. J Master Songwriter, big up yourself, big up yourself. Yeah, Kevin is here in the background, people, and I can't big him up too. Carl Johnson, good evening, good evening, good evening. Miss B, yes. Kevin, big up yourself. Miss B sends her regards. Terry T, good evening. ACLB, blessings, blessings, blessings. Dalton, let me say, up to the time, another class for learning. Thanks for sharing. Country fight against corruption, skullduggery, cronyism, and illicity. Yes, sir. Thank you, Dalton. Big up yourself. Sonia, unstoppable. Just like the whole way around here. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Karen Anderson, big up yourself. Bree, big up yourself. Carol Johnson, again, big up yourself. Paulette, yes, good evening. Beverly, yes, good evening and thanks for joining us. Dorothy McCoy, blessings. Laris Beckford, bless up yourself, brother. Catherine Daly, Medea, ooh, yeah, Medea too. Charmaine Grant, big up yourself, Charmaine. Keep it going, OT. Roxanne Wellington, where were you when PNP was in power to tell them this? Good question. Keep it going. Antonio Whitaker, bless up. Oh, that's for Ilian. All right. Khadija Thames, is there a link to let us to the diet for the? Oh, you're going to get that later, Khadija. Jill, big up. I see you, me see you, the whole of we see you. Be there too. Big up yourself, I see you. 1, 2, 3 at Matthew, God bless. Yes, thank you. From Maryland, yeah. Oh, they've been like how the Ravens played last night, but then they got the first game. We are going to do all right. Well, good. Falmouth Girl, 2, good evening. Colleen, good evening. Hey, Colleen, big up yourself, Colleen. Just Sunday, bless. Bless up yourself. Audio check. Yeah, we're good now. We're good to go. Moon's panel watch. The previous video earlier today, I think the yacht got cut out. We didn't see it earlier today. The yacht. Okay, all right. The yacht got cut out. Maybe we need to show the yacht again, OT. Keep it going. Florida Rose. Good evening, Florida Rose. Jamaican. Sound was good here in Florida. No sense in painting a rose. All right. All right. Josette Williams. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Carnett Sterling. Good evening. Big up yourself. Oprah Nelson. You can't hear me. All right. Good. Thank you, sir. Anne-Marie Jarrett. Good evening. Jeffrey Worrell. Big up yourself, Jeffrey. Thanks for joining us. As usual. Jemiah Knight. Or Jemiah Knight. Blessings. Blessings. Just me looking. Yeah, I look at you too. Indeed. Thanks for joining us. Healthy Eats with Carl. Blessings. Holy blessings, Rona, tonight. Billy with Billy, big up yourself, Billy. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. King. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it, Carla Ebanks. Carla, big up yourself. I was going to ask you a question. I'll ask you some other time. Gene Wright. How do we get to sign Sir Rattigan? We're going to put that up. OT have to explain tonight because Saturday it was producer June. Tonight it's going to be OT's night to explain all of this. No, see that they're shaking our boots now, but she's going to have to explain how to sign this thing up. Jeffrey Worrell, blessings to you too, sir, and your family. Fear, blessings. Thanks for joining us, Flay. Lovely smile. Keep it going, OT. Jamaican honor and respect. Oh, Jamaican, a big up Ilian. All right. Olga Martin, this is like the light and internet in the PM. Hold on, go back. We're gone too fast now for me. What the and the computer, no sound of that remind me of when they poison dance and some of the nights when talk. Olga, you're right, but Olga, not tell them so much because them kind of know your age, you know, Olga, and we have to keep that a secret between us, all right? But thanks for joining us. Keep it going, OT. Carnet Sterling, Mr. Kevin. Mr. Kevin is in the background listening. Keep it going. Opal Nelson, bless up yourself, Opal. Thanks for joining us. That's it? Oh, Jemiah, that's what's happening to the Jamaican people right now. Agree. Sean Cole, big up yourself, sir. Opal Nelson. Alicia. Yes. Yvonne Sutherland. Yes. TM Rose. Yes. Oh, yes, they can't hear me. Okay. When I have OT, I work overtime now, because she have to scroll through and see who said what, will get big up already. And O'Neill Nelson, good evening, sir. And so she have to go back. Taya. Hello, Taya. That's it. Yeah? No? Oops. Alicia, greetings. Marcia Dell. Yeah, Marcia, you can't hear me. Natalie Anderson. Big up yourself, Natalie. Kim Brown, good day. Good evening. Anne-Marie. Dollar sign or Anne-Marie's? All right, Anne-Marie. Greetings. Thanks for joining us. Hope you'll find the program entertaining and exciting and educational. Robert Montague, we know it's not my MP who agreed with us, but that's all right. Somebody have played Bobby Montague. All right, Patrick Woodstock. Or maybe it's another person, because that's a common name, right? Robert Montague. Yeah, guess so. Patrick Woodstock, watching from Brandon in St. Andrew. All right, Patrick. Patrick, tell the people them around yourself to tune in, you know. Neville Shackleford, Eddie from Firehouse, big up yourself. Yeah, the illustrious Kevin Stew in the background. Joel Morris, good evening. Keep it going, OT. Keep Alicia, them need to demonstrate. That's a good point, Alicia. That's a good point. We did it 4 times last year. So, all right. Sandra Bennett, blessings. B. John, greetings. Online Genie, good evening. Jeanette Letts, bless up. Fitzroy Jones, big up yourself. Yeah, people tune in. Jamaican stuff. What's the point of the Magnitsky petition? What will it do? Those are good questions, Jamaican stuff. And what that tells me is that you're probably a first-time person or relatively new to the program, because on Saturday, we did a piece on the Magnitsky, and we talk about what it can do. But keep in mind that we have a role to play, but we don't execute on action to be taken against government officials. We don't. But here's my view on it. If we don't do anything, how will things change? If you do something, you never know. But tune in, or stay tuned, because we're going to touch Magnitsky again. Joey Blogs. Folks, remember to send a letter for the auditor. We're going to put that up again, Joey Blogs. Thanks for the reminder. West Bank XX, One Love, CM So, Go So. Sonia Jackson, blessings. Thank you for tuning in. This take a little while for go through the greetings, but it's something that we have to do, because we can't do it on a Saturday, and we really want, if it's just a little recognition, well worth it, for making you know that we value your time, and we know that you didn't have to be here, you don't have to come around here. There are lots of other outlets that you could visit and you could spend time with, but here it is, you're with us, so we have to recognize that. Marcia Dale, good evening. Born again, oh Lord. Yeah, Ratty, what's your WhatsApp number? Opal will give that to you. OT will give that to you, born again. Oh Lord. Actually, the WhatsApp number is going to come up on the screen a little later. I'm going to open the phone line so that people can express themselves. We want to hear what you are thinking, right? You will hear what we're thinking, but we want to hear from you as well. Keep it going, keep it going. Matthew Lewis, blessings, blessings. Hope the finger them get tired. Carla Stewart, good evening, good evening, good evening. Lawrence Wood, blessings, blessings. Latoya Gordon, yeah man, a rebel there, one rebel. I go fix the devil, right? Sandra Bennett, blessings, blessings sis. That's it, that's it. Daniel Taylor, greetings and salutations. Likewise, my brother, likewise. Moodios, big up yourself. And Anne Marie, come forward again to say good evening to everybody. Yeah, Jennifer Allen, good evening. Yeah. Errol Scott, good evening. Nervelyn Campbell, good evening, good evening. Roe Washington, thank you for joining us. Bless up. LNM Lookout. Mr. Radigan, my name is Michelle. Can you send me your number? I want to talk with you. All right. LNM. The number is going to come up on the screen during the program, and you can call and we can talk. And if it's something where you can't talk on the air, then we can fix that too. All right? So look out for the number. Keep it going out. Peggy Senior, good evening. Good evening. What are you tired yet? Camille AA. Hi. Bless up yourself. Sonia Newman Smith. What are we say blessings to you and your family? Thanks for joining us. Camille. Lorraine Lawrence. Present. Oh, yes. On the front. 30. Greetings. But we'll kill Opal tonight, man. She have good, well, she has good hand-eye coordination. So she have to scroll down and filter through the chat and then figure out who's saying hello for the first time and then put them up. So, and then when she's done, she will just say, that's it. All right. So we're done, right? Yeah? Opal? Yeah? She said, umbrella welcome. Normally she said, that's it. So I don't know if that's it or she just stop now to say welcome to everybody. She not talk to me. All right. Remove this. All right. That's it for now. All right. She switch up on me a while ago. All right. No. Family, make we talk. Make we talk, family. Make we talk. Make we talk. Sound like a program, you know, hosted by my good brethren. But anyway, make we talk. Listen. Let me start out with this. Last week, Saturday, during our broadcast, a gentleman called and was expressing his frustration at what took place with the voting. And he made mention of causing harm to the Prime Minister. That call was followed by another call where same thing, but different method to cause physical harm. Actually, death to the Prime Minister. And what did I say? What did Kevin say? We said to him, listen, we understand your frustration, but we don't support violence. We don't. And I took great pains to explain. Well, I asked him, at least one of them, I think, maybe both of them, but I asked at least one of them, did you sign the petition, the Magnitsky petition? And did you send the email off to the Auditor General? And the answer was no. And I said to the person, those are the things you need to do. We don't need to inflict violence on anyone. If we're going to express our frustration and our dissatisfaction, we need to do so in a legal fashion, in an organized fashion, in a fashion following certain precepts, but not violence. And I don't support it. No, the Prime Minister and I, we have a difference of opinion about how the country, but let me let me take a step back. I have issues with the Prime Minister about the things that he has said and the things that he has done. I have issues with him. But I'm not going to advocate for any harm to befall him or to be visited upon him. That's not my style. But I understand the frustration of the people who called. But I don't agree with the method to address your frustration or the cause of your frustration. And the gentlemen, they understood that. And they said, all right, we understand, but we're just so frustrated. We're so frustrated. Now, here's what happened. It came to my attention today that certain people, and producer Joan mentioned it to me last week after the program, that people are out there saying that I'm advocating for violence against the Prime Minister. I never said any such thing. I don't wish it on him. And I will never advocate for something like that against anybody. Self-defense is different. But just because somebody is saying something, because here's what happened. The way the system works is that if you disagree with the Prime Minister and you don't want him anymore, you vote him out. That's it's plain and simple. That's a system. And I even said to the gentleman, one of them, I said to him, think about it. If every time you disagreed with somebody, then you want to inflict violence upon that person, what kind of society would we have? We have progressed beyond that. And the gentleman understood. And him said, well, I rather me understand what he has said, but I'm just so frustrated about the whole thing. And we understand the frustration. We understand it. But there are things you can do instead of sitting and just being frustrated. There are things you can do to continue the struggle. And again, no violence. So the people out there spreading this nonsense that I'm advocating violence against the Prime Minister, anyone, I guess if I said stop the rubbish, you're not going to stop. But for the listeners, I just want them to know that, in fact, here's what happened, folks. I have a dear friend of mine in Jamaica who I have several dear friends, lots of dear friends in Jamaica, but one of them, we go a long, long way back. He called me and said that he had to block one of his friends today because his friend told him that a certain person mentioned that I was advocating violence against the Prime Minister. And my friend said to his friend, he said, no, I watched the program on Saturday. And Rattigan never said that. It was somebody who called in. In fact, Rattigan was telling the person that that's not the way to address the frustration. That's not the way to address the issue. And they got into a big argument, both of them. And so he blocked him. And it's just sad when you see things like that. But you're going to hear that. But the truth hurts. And when they hear us speaking truth to power, it's very uncomfortable for them. You know the sign, the thing we put up every Saturday, it says, the truth will set you free, but first it's going to make you miserable or make you uncomfortable. Some words to that effect. And it's true, because instead of having a conversation where you can discuss the issues in a civil manner, some people just take it outside of that realm and they make it the twist and they turn it. But thank God that we have the original. So when they put out stuff like that, we can counteract and say, here's the original, here's what was said. Here's what was said. So I just want all of you to know that you probably heard it, or you probably will hear it. But when you do, those of you who weren't on the program on Saturday, or if you didn't join us during that period, rest assured that I said no such thing. No such thing. And I would never advocate for anyone to hurt the Prime Minister physically. If you want to hurt him politically, vote him out. Vote him out. That's how you hurt him politically. You vote him out. Or you demonstrate. Those are things that you have a right to do All right. So that's where we are. Again, greetings, greetings, my people. It's been an eventful, last week, Wednesday, almost a week. Today's Monday. Yeah, it's been an eventful time. And we are witnessing politicians as we've never witnessed them before. One of the things I notice is that the ruling party won, but I don't see them really celebrating because, and it just tells me that this so-called victory, it doesn't feel right to them. It doesn't feel right to a whole bunch of people, but to them, because they know what happened. The world knows what happened. Now we're going to display some of the evidence tonight. And we're going to show you what you can do. Waterhouse vibes. Right here, I'm going to tell people to focus on emotions, the button. Told people to focus on emotions. Okay. That's central. All right. So, you see that story there a while ago where they said they spoke to Mr. Buchanan and said, focus on enumeration, and he didn't. So, but I tell you one thing though, all of you, if you're still in the doldrums, you need to get out of the doldrums, get out of your depression, get out of that state by signing up for the Magnitsky petition, and also sending the letter to the Auditor General. And we'll show you the letter again. It's there for guidance. If you want to use the exact words, if you want to use those words, then fine, it's not a problem. Or if you want to just use the 2 paragraphs as a guide, and I know somebody called me today and said they're going to use it as a guide, they're going to refine it a bit, and that's okay. That's fine, no problem. As long as you get something to the Auditor General, that's what we care about. Malcolm X said it best: without education, you're not going anywhere in this world. And that's what we strive to do around here. We strive to educate our people because they're not getting it on mainstream media. They're not. And to some degree, they're not getting it on social media either. But then you have a lot of people like me. They come out and they're spreading the gospel. They're giving you the information. And the information that we're giving you cannot be controverted. I mean, what I'm hoping for is that somebody will say, hey, this thing that you said right here about the Prime Minister or the government, it's wrong. Or about Mr. Vaz, it's wrong. And you need to double check your facts, and you need to apologize. That's what I'm looking for, to engage people. But if you notice, it's all personal. So that's where we are. Thomas Paine said it best, though. A body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody. So if these politicians aren't accountable, we shouldn't trust them. No, I want to tell all of you something. And tell me if me a lie. All of you who saw your employees or potential employees last week and the week before and the week before, talking about your MPs and the people who were trying to become your MPs, but particularly your MPs. You had an audience with them last week and the week before. You could have called them up and say, hey, listen, on my street, we have 50 people who voted for you the last time, and we're not so happy with what's going on, and we want you to come and tell us what your plans are going forward. You stood a good chance last week of getting an audience with that person. Try it a month from now. Try it early next year. Try it a year from now. Call them up a year from now and say, hey, listen, We want to have a meeting with you. All of you should. And see if it's going to happen. See if they're going to refer you to someone, or they won't take the call and you'll get a call saying, go talk to your counselor. They were auditioning the last 6 months or so. And you could have gotten anything. You could have gotten your rent paid. You could have gotten food on the table. You could have gotten, I don't know, money in your pocket. You could have gotten anything. And some of you did. Some of you did. But ask yourself this question. Will you be able to get those perks a year from now from that politician? Will you be? And if the answer is no, it's because you didn't hearken to the message. And what is that message? Here's the message.
Other day, I'm not just a citizen of Jamaica. As a citizen, it's telling you where you belong. I am more interested in looking at this problem through the lens of an owner. It is actually true that all that money in the bank belongs to us. All the government's assets that the Auditor General is talking about, this thing named government, is really the people's. That's the first thing. I'm an owner. The second thing is I have to look at it through the lens, not just of a voter. Yes, I sat. There's an election coming up. That election is actually a hiring mechanism. I am employing 63 public officials who have to step aside, and we have to revisit who. So if I'm employing them, that makes me what? An employer. As an employer, I don't have the responsibility of a voter. A voter has one thing they have to do really almost every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger. But an employer has to be paying attention what? Far more often than that. And the last thing is, I am not just a taxpayer. A taxpayer is the person who Parliament write a law and say, you have to give me this. I see it as I am a financier, because everything that the government is going to do, I am financing it, and I want a return on my money, because that is what a financier wants. So Jeanette and the team at JAMP sees themselves as owners, employers, and financiers. So when I'm a financier and I hear that Barita or whoever is fooling around with my money, I'm going to hold somebody to account. How are the citizens going to do this? How are you going to make your voice heard? There are many ways. And call me the fool that I be, but I've been paying attention to governance in Jamaica for 15 years. And I sat every single time the people of Jamaica lean in and say, it nah go so. It does not go so. So who is really at fault here? Is it the employee, the 63 parliamentarians, or the employers? They are waiting for us to lean in on this matter. And there are several ways to do it. And I'm just going to share with you one way that JAMP has come up with. What people don't understand, and you're young in this thing as a politician, I said, but I've had politicians, one in particular who has been in this.
Teach.
These characteristics relates to
I'm afraid to say, I sit down having a drink with him at Acropolis one day. And he said to me, Jeanette, the people think we don't listen enough. We listen and we watch everything. I said, really? Him say, yeah, man. You think we don't watch it? You call a call-in show, we are listening. You write the editor, we are listening. You only think we're not listening. So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, find any way you're comfortable to raise your voice. But JAMP has come up with a way which I think ISAT could be a game changer. And I'd like to ask Will if he could just put.
Thank you. Thank you. Like I was saying, that's the message, but we don't hearken to the message, because if we did, the the employees, the servants would be held accountable. But we don't hold them accountable. What they do is they know how some of us think, and they starve you. And around this time, every 4 to 5 years, them release some goodies. And we're so thankful for small mercies that we take it and we jump up and down and we celebrate, not realizing that, you know, I get it again for another 4 years simply because of how you think. Simply because of how you think, you're not going to get it. But we won't stop preaching to our people. And I do believe that the message got across to lots of people. I do believe. And the message will get across to more people. But I'm a firm believer that the journey of 1,000 miles, it doesn't start with the first 100 miles, first 5. It starts with the first step. And we have taken that step, and we will continue to take step by step by step. Because we hear, we know, and we believe. We hear, we know, we believe. And nobody can take that from us. And so the message has to be transmitted across all constituencies, all parishes, all counties, all neighborhoods, to our family members and friends. And it may be slow, but it won't be forever. I look forward to the day when communities will stand up and tell the politicians what to do, instead of having them come around with small morsels every 4 to 5 years and bribe you and have you succumb to that bribe. There is no prosperity, there is no success in taking that bribe. Because prosperity and the success we're talking about is something that's sustained. It's something that lasts over generations, but it has to start someplace. And we're going to show you some things today. We're going to talk about Magnitsky. We're going to talk about the Auditor General, and we're going to talk about the Prime Minister. In fact, I think, let me see, it's for those of you who didn't get the flyer, it says that we're going to talk about whether or not Andrew Holness's election victory, in quotation marks, in West Central St. Andrew can survive an appeal. And what do we mean by that? We heard a lot of things coming out of that constituency. And some of us were witnesses to what took place. No sound, can't hear me? Mic. Okay, good. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about it. I don't plan to stay on long tonight. OT is saying, no, that's something I say every week. And she and producer Joan, they were laughing at me today. So I hope to prove them wrong. But let me just start on a light note. How about this? You can call them the dollar bus or the $100 bus because it's $100 round trip. Even though the Minister of Ours at one point said it's like $20 or $30 per trip, so that would be $40 or $60 round trip, and then it changed to $100. Then it changed to Then it was free from the Prime Minister's mouth, at least in certain parishes, free. And then now we're hearing that they're giving them 2 months free. But this is what happened.
2 passengers coming out in a Port Marathon. And see what I put in there. And now going to the bus. Look at the bus. 100 bus. And now going to the bus. The bus selling back to hotel but use car staff. Empty car out of Port Marathon. The bus, brother. And 2 you get from watch come here. 2 passengers coming out in a Port Marathon. And see what I put in there. And now going to the bus. Look at the bus. 100 bus. And now going to the bus. The bus selling back to hotel but use car staff. Empty car out of Port Marathon. The bus, brother.
I don't know why the children won't ride the bus. I don't know. Maybe they got the word that the buses are unsafe. Negative impact on your health if you ride on them for 5 days a week for an extended period. Maybe they heard that. I don't know. But they're not. Apparently, it's not a big hit. And then Minister Vaz came out with a whole bunch of things saying that. Remember what he said? The 110 buses, they're gonna be in Jamaica by the end of July. And hold on a second. I think Kevin gave me something here recently where he said that the buses are not gonna be in. Actually, he said that the buses are gonna take 3 years for the program to be fully implemented. How many of you heard that? How many of you remember that? Because we were just focused on the 110 coming in for the school year, but then he said there's going to be a phase 2, and he didn't say when, but we have a video of him. I don't know where that video is. Hold on, let me see if I find it. There's a video of him saying that it's going to take 3 years. Let me see. Okay. Stay with me, folks. I'm gonna just pull down some videos here. All right. Kevin, if you're there around, if you can't find that video for me, that Minister Vaz said, Minister Vaz said the buses would take, it's going to take, I think, 3 years for the buses to, all of them to arrive in Jamaica and the program to be completely implemented. I think that's what he said. I don't know if you can find that for me. Or is that Kevin? Yeah, Kevin, if you can find that for me. Oh, yeah, Kevin is looking for it. And it's so funny. It's so funny. A lot of things that we heard, we didn't hear correctly. In the election spirit, we heard what we wanted to hear. Where is it? But is that it? Stay with me, folks. No. So a lot of you heard, yeah, you thought what you heard was that, okay, all of this, with all the money spent. I remember 1.4 is just for the 110, there's more money to be spent. So I don't want you to walk away thinking that the 1.4 is for the entire program. See, a lot of you didn't hear what he said. The 1.4, he said, is to purchase 110 buses, but he said he's going to need more than that. In fact, I think he said he's going to need like 300 or 400 buses. So it's going to be 1.4 times, God knows. It might end up being like Cornwall Regional. But we just keep throwing money, keep throwing money, and then we're not seeing the promised results. So I'm just I'm waiting for Kevin to find this thing for me here. We put it up last night. I think we did. Put it up last night and it's Kevin. It's an article with a voice note in it. I think it's not a video. So while we wait on Kevin to do that, we're going to show some things that happened in West Central St Andrew, the Prime Minister's constituency. And we're going to ask you just to share your thoughts with us. Now, keep in mind, let's see what Kevin doing here. Is that it? All right. But they won't, Kevin, they won't, if I play it like that, they won't, I don't think they're going to hear. That's not the video. I mean, that's not it. The one I put up last night. But I suspect that if we play it from over there, they won't be able to hear it. That's the problem. So we're gonna walk you through, and we're not gonna go to any details. We're just gonna give you some information that you can digest and that you'll be able to understand what's going on. And all of these people, all of this, guess what this is? Guess what this is? Civics. Civics. This is civics. We're going to show you how certain things are supposed to be handled in light of an election. And then we're going to show you what happened with the Prime Minister a few years ago, several years ago. And some of you are going to be shocked. No, voice of intercession, creating entrance. No, I thought they were all paid for with the 1 billion. No. That's for 110 buses. He said they're gonna need more buses. They're gonna need 400 buses, about 400 buses, and so they paid 100 and 1.4 for 110 buses. So there's more money. And the question you have to ask is, where is that money coming from? Where? Kevin, if you can't find it, it's a big deal. What Kevin? Folks, tell me if you hold on. Tell me if you can't hear this. Hold on, let me move this. Tell me if you can hear this. Opa, move that for me, please. The kids refusing bus.
We are importing 110 buses for all parishes, rural parishes in Jamaica. The allocations have already been made in terms of the routes. So we will service in the first instance.
Tell me if you can. Did you hear that, folks? Yeah, you can hear it, Opa, but I don't know about the other folks. Did you hear that? Oh, everybody say yes. All right, good, good, good. All right. All right, let me go back and play this.
We are importing 110 buses for all parishes, rural parishes in Jamaica. The allocations have already been made in terms of the routes. So we will service, in the first instance, 324,000 school children between September and December of this year. And that is only phase one. That's only 100 buses. I expect that if given the opportunity to continue, which I'm confident of, we will be in a position to roll out a school bus service within 3 years, including this year. So
Yeah, that within 3 years. Within 3 years. It sounds like something like in the first 100 days of my administration, blah, blah, blah. Sounds like it, I promise, right?
2 more years to service 850 rural schools in Jamaica. Right now, in this situation with the 100 buses, we will service 258 schools out of 850. So if you take that, you'll realize that it will take us about 300 or 400 buses to be able to fully operate an efficient.
Hear that? Not 110 buses. 300 or 400 buses. They don't know. They don't know. And if they don't know, it means it's more money that's going to go down into that black hole. That's what it means.
And safe and economical school bus system. We are going to extend what transpires in the KTMR, which will be a subsidized rate. So school children or parents will be able to use a cashless system, and it will be a flat 50 Jamaican dollars per trip. That
before it was $20 or $50. Now it's a flat 50.
Makes it 100 Jamaican dollars per day per student. Whereas right now, as we stand, it is anywhere between $300 and $600 per student, which in some cases, for some rural families, is unaffordable for one child, much less 3 or 4 children, or 5 in some cases, that are all going to school at the same time.
See him there? Him that. And him can come and tell us this foolishness. I mean, now stop play it.
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Because that's how them feel about us.
They are dunce.
Oh
they
my
are dark. And they're stupid.
Yep. They're dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid. All right. Let me just put him to the side. Let's put him to the side. And let's talk about the election. How many of you have ever heard of an organization called CAFE? How many of you? Nobody's answering me. All right, I'm gonna put this up. This is last week, Thursday. So that CAFE concerns some electors not allowed to vote despite being in line by close of poll. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. But before we do that, let me go to the Constitution. Kevin, which part of the Constitution there? Up here. Let me just show you. Well, we don't have time for a look for that right now. But point one get across is that you have a constitutional right to vote. It's not a privilege. It's not if them feel like. No, it's not this one. I'll move this. It's not if them feel like. It's not a privilege. It is a right. It is a right to vote. And nobody should be able to take that away from you. Except for the exceptional cases. Like if you're mentally deranged, that you can't vote. I don't think you can vote if you're in prison. And then if you don't satisfy the requirements, like being a resident, etc., then you can't vote. And that's fine. Thanks, Kevin. That's fine. But and basically the law says that if you're in the line, before at or before 5 o'clock, then you're entitled to vote. Them can't send you home. But in this case, people were sent home. People were sent home. And that's just an untenable position. And it's a serious, serious charge. And somebody's going to have to suffer the consequences. Take a look at this. This is the Constitution of Jamaica. You see what it says right here? It is right there. It is the right. Look at M. The right of every citizen of Jamaica. Look at this little tool right there. So. The right of every citizen of Jamaica who is so registered to vote in free and fair elections. You see that this section here? Oops. Yeah, this section right here. Who is so registered to vote in free and fair elections? Or if you look up here, the right of every citizen of Jamaica. When the Prime Minister said that being born in Jamaica doesn't make you a citizen, it's the choice you make for your country, is wrong constitutionally. Because if you're born in Jamaica, automatically you are a citizen of Jamaica. It no matter where your people them come from. Them could have dropped from sky. As long as they deliver you, your mother deliver you in a Jamaica, she gave birth to you in a Jamaica, you are automatically a citizen unless you renounce. So when he said just because you're born here doesn't make you a citizen, it's the choices you make for the country, that's incorrect. So you see that, the right of every citizen of Jamaica. That's important. What's important in that line? Right, not privilege. We're going to teach now. Right, meaning that nobody can take that from you as long as you don't renounce. The right of, so first of all, you have a right, and if you're a citizen, the right of every citizen of Jamaica. Right, citizen of Jamaica. Second line. No, actually, it's one, two, three. Fourth line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Who is so registered. So let's go back. You have to be, it's a right if you're a citizen, if you're born in Jamaica, and if you're registered to vote. If you're registered, you see that? To do what? To vote. Right? Citizen, registered, vote. And then you vote in what? It didn't say vote in elections. The language is very clear. And the language was intentional. Free and fair elections. Free and fair elections. So it's saying you have a right to vote in free and fair elections. Not to vote in any half-baked, any scumooching type of elections where, as I'm saying, skullduggery. The word is actually skullduggery, but skullduggery, them say. Take a look at that, people. Powerful language. Powerful language. If you were born in Jamaica or you acquire citizenship in Jamaica, because you can acquire citizenship, by registration, by descent, and by marriage. So there are 4 ways you can get citizenship in Jamaica: registration, birth, descent, marriage. If any one of those you qualify under and you're a citizen of Jamaica, then you have a right to register. To do what? To vote. And vote in what? Parent Teachers Association meeting? No, the Constitution is talking about free and fair elections. They're referring to general elections. Well, I should say elections concerning the public. Because you have local elections too. Free and fair elections. So the question is, the election that just took place, and we can even go back and explore some others. Were they free and fair? Because if they're not, we have a problem. And that problem is governed by a law called ROPA, Representation of People Act. And that law tells you what you can do and what you shouldn't do in elections. So we start with that. Remember, we start with that. We start with the Constitution. And then we go to ROPA. Where ROPA there? Kevin? Like this? Sita? Yeah. All right. Let me just, I think it's 70. Let me go to 70 and show you something that a lot of people are telling me that they witnessed. I think it's 70. See that? This is just one section of it. See that? Let me see if I can make it even bigger. You can say that, OT. OT now answer me. OT done with me. All right. See this? If you can't see it, I'm going to read it for you. Where a person knowingly provides money for any payment which is contrary to the provisions of this act, or for any expenses incurred in excess of any maximum amount allowed by this act, or of replacing any money expended in any such payment or expenses, except where the same may have been previously allowed in pursuant of this act to be an exception, such person shall be guilty of illegal payment. What they're saying is here is that, see where it says, where a person knowingly provides money for any payment which is contrary to the provisions of this act. What's contrary is that your vote is supposed to be free. You're not supposed to get paid to vote. You're not supposed to get paid to vote. Let me show you another one here. I think there's another one here. Auditor written down. Hold on. Okay. Stay with me. Now I forgot buy a new mouse, guys. This thing give me a problem. Now, here's one. I'm going to show you the violation now. See this? It says, during the hours when the poll is open upon election day, no persons shall assemble or congregate or have in his possession any weapon or noxious substance which is capable of inflicting or causing injury within 100 meters of any premises in which is situated any polling station. So you see what it said? This is saying, if there's a polling station on this street, people cannot congregate in front of it within 100 meters. You have to stay away. Unless you're going in to vote. You can't congregate and sit down out there. And I'm going to remember that, because I'm going to show you something where people, you won't believe it. And here it is right here. In the case of a person who assembles or congregates to a fine not less than $5,000, they need to up this money or to imprisonment. They need to up it if you congregate, because if you congregate, it sends a message to people coming in, especially people coming in wearing shirt. You wearing a orange shirt and you come out and you see a whole bunch of people congregate in front of the polling station wearing green shirt. It's intimidating. You're not going to want to go vote. And there is so much. I wish part of them. I try to find something I found out. Hold on. Every bill place. Hold on. Every person. I sent this to someone. Send this to somebody already, you know. All right, CETA 91. It says the following persons shall be deemed guilty of bribery within the meaning of this act. Every person who directly or indirectly by himself or by any other person on his behalf gives, lends, or agrees to give or lend or offers, promises to procure or endeavor to procure any money or valuable consideration to or for any voter, or to or for any person on behalf of any voter, or to or for any person in order to induce any voter to vote or refrain from voting, or corruptly does any such act as aforesaid on account of such voter having voted or refrained from voting at any election. And it goes on and on. Here's what this says. All of that fancy language. It says, you're guilty of bribery if you directly give somebody money to vote, or if you give them money not to vote. So I've shown you two things already that you should be mindful of in this law. One is you can't congregate in front of the polling station. And the other one is you can't buy vote. You can't ask for money for vote or not to vote, and them can't give you the money for vote or not to vote. They can't. It's against the law. The question is, are these laws being enforced? Remember what I said a while back, you know, and I've been saying it for a long time. The laws in Jamaica, a lot of them, they need to be refined, they need to be updated. But in essence, you know, the intention behind the law is good. It's the intention behind this is that you can't buy, it's not free and fair if you're going to buy votes. It's not free and fair. But is that being prosecuted? Let me show you something. Let me show you what happened in West Central St. Andrew. Remember, you can't congregate within 100 meters. Yeah? Take a look at this. Always be right there. Always right there. That is outside the Seaward cluster on election day. That over Tower Hill. Hope they can move that place. That is it. Now, you can't give nobody no money for vote either. Look on this.
Look, $500. And you make X with him 500 blood clot. Right now.
And you make our ex, we give you $500. That's illegal, people. Let me just stop it right myself. Hold on. And we don't know if EOJ is going to look at these things. We don't know. EOJ should. There's another one I have here where the man clearly, the people were they were standing outside and they were saying him not have no money. And the man reaching in his pocket and said, well, nah, no money. Some money, yeah. And he gave them money so that they could go and vote. Let me see. That's a kind of people. All right. Opal. I think I sent this one to you. I'm going to send you this, Opal. And if you haven't put it up, put that up. All right. I could go back to this. Let me say, do you think the Bambino said, do you think there will be enough evidence gathered to take the JLP to court for vote by? Bambino, the evidence is there. The evidence is there. We just need now the affidavits. But people witness this. And look at this one. Look at this. Here we go.
Look, $500.
Yeah, man say, I think I heard him say, we are going to bribe you to, if I that you want, if I that him want. We are going to bribe, listen carefully, people.
Bribe you to Ross if I that you want.
You hear that? We are going to bribe you, if I that you want. What the statute say? What the law said? The law say, you commit bribery if you offer directly or indirectly somebody to vote or not to vote. Cock mouth kill cock. Here it come right out time out.
Bribe you to Ross if I that you want. Look.
One more time here there.
Bribe you to Ross if I that you want. Bribe you to Ross if I that you want. Bribe you to Ross if I that you want. Look, $500. And you make X with him 500 blood clot. Right now.
I make him can't vote. You need what there no? I make him can't vote. Stop. Come cross with him. So down.
You know, so the people are going to we're not going further with this.
You can't make this up, my people. You can't make this up. Opa, where's the other one? Let's go to media assets and it's
Yeah, money there.
Dead.
No, I'm not even see my next one there. Go tell them please and tell him to get money already.
You know, and tell him nothing but we give money.
Hold on.
Sorry.
There were 10 people. 2 dudes are each. Well, I know me done. They're go somewhere else. The people them want to find out what to do with that.
hear that? Him give money to 10 people for go vote. No, that is against the law. And you see, it's done broad daylight. They congregate in front of the polling station, and the people must stand up them just stand up there and you just come up to them and say, see, I'm money, I go vote. This is just untenable. This Jamaica, we're gone in the abyss. We are plunging at darkness. And that's why this gentleman could have said the things and him say about we become
my God. And they're stupid.
They're dunce, they're dark, and they're stupid.
They are dunce. My God. And they're stupid.
And that's why we can't buy them out. We can't give them a 5 grand, a 2 grand, a 10 grand, a 15 grand, whatever the price is. We'll buy them. And that's why the politician, and I heard a story where a gentleman who got money to vote from a politician went to see the politician a year or two later and said, listen, I need some money. And the politician said to him, I already pay you for your vote already. I don't have no more money for you. There it is. There it is. There it is. Listen to this.
To challenge Andrew Holness seat listed.
But just a mere fact that cafe observers are saying people are in the line at 5 p.m. and not allowed to vote is serious, right? Everybody know. If one thing you know is that when 5 o'clock come, if you're in the line, you have to be allowed to vote. The Representation of the People Act, ROPA, says this, right? I asked the Director of Elections about this in an interview I did on my radio program Beyond the Headlines after the election. He says it's something they're going to be looking into. We cannot allow this to drop. We can't drop this. This is serious. This is concerning. This has to be explained by the Electoral Office. Now, the PNP went on to say that while they respect the will of the voters, they said they can't ignore the corrosive effects of these illegal and immoral actions on public trust in the electoral process. And they said they're calling on the Electoral Commission, law enforcement, and civil society to deal with this, to take steps, they said, to confront and eradicate these practices. Now, there's another development, which is that Paul Buchanan, the PNP candidate who ran against Prime Minister Andrew Holness, says he's challenging the results. He's alleging irregularities in PNP stronghold polling stations. He claims there was a, quote, strange removal of several boxes. He says he's gathering evidence. He says he'll report the matter officially to the Electoral Office within a week. So we're tracking all of that and we'll update you on that. So what happens now? First of all...
See? And here's... Right, so Paul Buchanan OT, move that for me, please. And this one. Kevin, see if you can find Daryl Vaz's family for me. I saw it up here a while ago. Boss. I saw Daryl Vaz's family. I don't see it now. Daryl Vaz. Kevin gone. Kevin gone, people. Kevin left me. Okay. No, I'll remove that. Kevin, if you can, just find Vaz's family. Not this one here. All right, folks. So let's go back to this article here. Cafe, right? That's Citizens Action for Free and Fair Elections. They've been around for a while. And they said, it's right here. This had said that it's a contravention of the law, but it will need to investigate each case individually to establish whether in fact there was a breach. And they're going to investigate, they're going to investigate, they're going to investigate. CAFE is not a law enforcement agency. CAFE is not a regulatory agency. CAFE is a member of civil society. Precious little that CAFE can do. But I can show CAFE how it can get the word out and how it can punch above its weight. We'll talk about that some other time. Because this votes for sale, the study find out 1 of every 10 undecided voters will accept cash or can. I think it's more than that. I think it's 2. I think it's more than that. But people are still vote. People are still vote. And you thought that by now these things would have been handled by EOJ. But no. No. We hear some stories about him. How he went to certain places, certain polling stations and things of that nature. And I don't think he was allowed, or under the law, he's not allowed to go certain places, but he went. He went. I'm going to show you something. All right, you see this? It says that in the Prime Minister's St Andrew West Central, in his constituency, that there were 32,213 registered voters, and they came up with 17,997 spoiled votes. And we're going to tell you the difference between a rejected vote and a spoiled vote. And then I come up with this. Said the Prime Minister received on election day night, he received 7,050 after being behind with about 14 boxes to go. He won that contest with 7,054 of the votes, and Mr. Buchanan received 4,953. I think the numbers are a little bit different now. And at the spoiled votes, 17,997. Now, we have been told that EOJ said that they didn't put this out. And you see it says source EOJ. They said, no, we didn't put this out. So let's say they didn't put it out. Oh, Steffi sent me something. Hold on, Steffi. Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Opal. Please put that one up for me, Opal. Big up yourself, Steffi, sweetie. Now, so the EOJ said, no, we didn't put this out. This is fake news, right? But the Prime Minister won. That's what we're being told. After he was behind, and I think there were 14 boxes left to be counted. And based on what I've read, the Prime Minister received up above, I think, like 90% of the remaining boxes. So that means that every 10 voters in those boxes voted for out of every 10 voters, 9, I think, voted for the Prime Minister, which is, they're saying that's just, it's unheard of. It's unheard of. So the question is, what can Mr. Buchanan do? What can he do? The Representation of People Act, it gives the guidelines as to what can be done to rectify a situation like this. I don't want to bore you with the details because it's some parts of it are very convoluted. It's very legalese, and it's going to take you don't need that. So let me just break it down for now. Right? In a situation like this, you have a count, the count that you hear on TV. That's not the final count. It's a preliminary count. Then, after the preliminary count, you have a final count. And the final count, they go through it again and then find some things and whatnot. And that's where you find, that's where you can deal with the rejected ballots and the spoiled ballots. And then you have something called a magisterial count, where you can get a judge, depending on how many votes you lost by. So, for example, let's say you lost by 2,000 votes, but you want to contest like 10. You're not going to get a magisterial count. Because they're going to say, even if we give you the 10, it won't make a difference. It won't make a difference. So you may have to go to court. Now, in ROPA, Representation of People Act, the law I just showed you, I think it's section 44A2, I think. There is a body called the Constituted Authority. And you can go to them and within, I think it's 14 days after the final count, you can go to them and say, look, there were some issues here with intimidation, with the count, with this, with that, whatever. They'll look at it, and according to the law, they have two options. They can call for a redo of the election, or they can go to court. How many of you know? How many of you know what happened in 1997 and 1998 in that same constituency regarding our Prime Minister? How many of you are aware of what took place there? I'll just kick back for about 30 seconds and see how many people recall what took place. Before I show you, he lost and Portia allowed him to stay. No flex. The doctor beat him, Ryan Sinclair. He was beaten by Patrick Roberts. He did the same thing to the then member of parliament, Patrick. Pure thieving. I don't recall. My mom died that year also, Manley. Condolences, Marie. Sorry to hear. Andrew lost his seat and Portia gave him it back. He promised to box a pooling clerk. He did. There was an allegation of that, George Smith. Yes. He was beaten by Dr. Carl Blythe. All right. I'm going to know. I'm going to show you now. I'm going to show you now what happened. I won't tell you. I'm going to show you. And there was a court case on it. There's a court case on it, but the court case it's a little bit different than how it was written by the Electoral Commission. So what I'm going to do, rather than bore you with the court case, let's just go to the essence of it. Let's just go to the the electoral commission thing. I don't remember if I that them they call them name. Okay. Now stay with me. Stay with me. And if you don't know what happened back in 1997, 1998, and some of you are, I don't see anybody who, well, all right. I see some people that, yeah, some people remember. Some people remember. Yes. Yeah, big up yourself, Cheryl. Some people remember. But I'm talking, but the details, I'm going to give you some details now, but it's not as detailed as the court case, as the case itself. But this is coming from the Director of Elections. Take a look. I did. Steffi Sweetie, I did. You know what? Steffi Sweetie, I insist. So hold on there. You know what? Opal, you put it up. Let me see if you put it up. The one that Steffi Sweetie just sent me. The vote buying one. Did you put it up? No, not this one. I sent you one by WhatsApp. Don't, and let me just abridge my mind, because you can't donate to change.org. No, don't go there yet. Don't go to the site. We'll get to that part, but don't go there and donate. Oh, Kevin is doing it. All right, so we could go to this then. All right, while Kevin is doing this. All right. General Election 1997 report of the Director of Elections, Jamaica. All right. General Elections, there it is, published November 1998. All right. So here, big it up, yeah. Now big it up so that the whole one can see, you know. Opal, move this somewhere, please. Take off your comment, Opal. All right. So this is, oh, Kevin, you need a thing? Opal, move your comment, please. All right, so here we go. Now, hold on a second. I remember, not teasing you know, but I remember that I said to you before the election, I said, what the opposition should do, they should reach out to the Carter Center and have the Carter Center reach out to the government, have the government invite the Carter Center. And if the government refuse, then they should get civil society on their side and then reach out to the Carter Center and say, listen, here are examples of voter infraction, voter irregularities, things that happened in 2020. And so we're asking you as an international organization to plead with the government of Jamaica and come in, right? Remember, we were saying that, and that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Hold on a second, people. Kevin have the mouse. I'm gonna do some work, yeah. And I big up Kevin, you know, because Kevin and a whole lot of things to do, you know. And I tell you what, last night I was up until past. Kevin called me after midnight last night and said, look, let me just put up the stuff because I won't be available tomorrow. And to show you how committed. Kevin is to all of us. Kevin have a bunch of things to do, and Kevin never. I didn't call Kevin this evening, you know. Kevin called me and said, "Let me help you out," because Kevin knows I need help bad. And Kevin come on and said, "Me I got work with OT and get you up and running." And see, he might put up something now that's very important. And I have to say this, you know. And I have to say this. And then I'm going to show you what the Prime Minister did back in 1997, 1998. And for those of you who didn't know, you're going to be shocked. And remember what I said, for those of you who were with me at the beginning, I said, remember that phrase, what goes around comes around. And what happened is likely to happen again. All right. Kevin, give me a little break here. So here we go. See that? Observers. See that? It said for the first time, observers were allowed into the polling station to observe the taking of the poll. So it's not the first time. So nobody can say, well, it never happened before. We're not read. Look at what it says. An international team of observers organized by the Carter Center of Atlanta, Georgia, included former president, he's passed on now, Jimmy Carter, retired chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, he's passed on to General Colin Powell, and heavyweight boxing champion, Mr. Vander Holyfield. They came under the banner of the Carter Center to do what? To observe, to make sure that we had a free and fair election, that nobody no gather outside up at the front, nobody now buy no vote. No. And look there what you say. Also observing the poll was Citizens Action for a Free and Fair Election, CAFE, a local observer group led by the Honorable Dr. Alfred Sangster. You free me up here, Kevin? Kevin, not talk to me. All right. So that says the reports of both organizations. So both of them provided a report. And it said, indicate that although there were administrative shortcomings by the EOJ, people see it, you know, we are complaining about the EOJ now. They were complaining about the EOJ back in 1997, 1998. Let me big it up your phone. Maybe we don't see it. See it, yeah? The last sentence, the one that says the reports. The reports of both organizations indicate that although there were administrative shortcomings by the EOJ, the result of the poll reflected the will of the Jamaican electorate. See it right there, so EOJ under pressure. 1997, 1998, and them still can't get it right. Still can't get it right. Now look at this. I'm going to show you something. You see this now? Voiding of the poll. We are going to read together. I'm not going to summarize or give you the Reader's Digest version. We are going to read this together. Voiding of the poll. That means something, them just say, fling it out. All right. Let me draw for me my marker, yeah, my highlighter. Yeah. See this? Remember I told you about a body called the Constituted Authority? Here it is. The Constituted Authority under the Representation of the People's Act, Section 44A2, has the authority to stop an election or to petition the court. There it is. Or to petition the court for a voiding of a result of the poll or the result of specific polling divisions. What does this mean? It means you can go to the Constituted Authority and say to them, listen, there's a problem with this election, and here are the problems. And then that body, the Constituted Authority, they can, if you do it while the election is going on, they can stop the election. Or they can petition the court and say, court, we want you to throw out the election results. Or they can say, we want you to throw out the election results of a particular polling division, not the whole thing. If you in a constituency, if you let's say you have 8 divisions and there were issues with 2 divisions, you can go to the constituted authority, present them with the evidence, have them go to court, and have asked the court to say, listen, we want throughout the 2 divisions, not all 8, the 2 that we had a problem with, we throw them out. That's it. And here's what it says. It says a petition can be made on behalf of a candidate or on the authority's own motion. So anybody can do it on behalf of the candidate. The candidate can do it him or herself. Or the authority, the constituted authority can say, okay, we're going to do it on our own. Right? All right. Follow me, people. Follow me carefully. Due to malpractices carried out in the constituency of West Central St Andrew. When you say malpractice, means somebody never do what they're supposed to do. Somebody with a responsibility, a professional, didn't do what they're supposed to do, and people suffered, or a person suffered. Right? And so they asked for the results to be voided in the constituency. Let's start right here. The Jamaica Labour Party candidate secured a majority of the votes cast in West Central St Andrew. Right? And the court upheld a request for the voiding of the poll in West Central St Andrew. We're not worried about the other part, South Central St Catherine, just St Andrew. The date for the retaking of the poll for West Central St Andrew was the 26th of March, 1998. Now remember, the election was in 1997. And they went to court. And the court says, okay, fine, this is what we're going to do. We could get down into the nitty-gritty now. The People's National Party, Dr. Warren Blake, was declared the winner of the poll taken on March 26, 1998. Here's what happened. When the election was conducted in 1997, my understanding is that the Andrew Holness wasn't prime minister, that he won, but there were some problems, and that the PNP candidate brought it to the attention of the officials, and it turned out that the PNP candidate won. Then Mr. Holness, when they did the new poll, he lost. And he appealed. And they had to do it over again. So now what you have the election, then you have the retaking of the poll, and then you have another retaking of the poll. So essentially we had 3 elections when we should have only 1. We had three elections. Here we go. It says, when they did it in March 26, 1988, reports from 4 polling stations at Taylor's Basic School indicated that further malpractices were carried out. The Jamaica Labour Party and losing candidate in the retaking of the West Central St Andrew poll, Mr. Andrew Holness, Sr., filed a petition to the constituted authority for a further retaking of the poll in 4 divisions. So now him say, you don't have to do the whole constituency, just 4 divisions where we had problems. And here it is. The request was put forward by the authority, and the results of the 4 polling divisions were voided. They threw them out. They said, Andrew Holness, you're right. We'll throw them out. And now Here's a new date. The day for the retaking of the poll in the 4 divisions was set for June 1998. Three times they had this election. They had it constituency-wide. Then they had another one constituency-wide. Then they found problems with 4 divisions. Then they went and said, okay, let's do another retaking of the poll in those 4 divisions. And then the prime minister won. The one thing they show, and people should have realized this, is that the prime minister is dedicated. The prime minister is him not give up. So what you have to do, you have to lean into the wind with him. You can't give up either, because he's not going to give up. And here it is. When they did it, they said the 4 polling divisions in West Central St. Andrew were sufficient to change the result of the March 26 poll. And indeed, after the poll on June 30th, Mr. Andrew Holness of the Jamaica Labour Party was returned as a member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew. See there? And look who was there. Look who was the director of elections. When I look out against Danville still, but Danville was there. Danville sign off on this report here. Danville. So the point I'm making here, people, is that you have to be steadfast in the pursuit of justice. If you feel you've been wronged, you have to fight to the end. You have to fight to the end, because the prime minister there, he fought to the end. That's when he got into politics in 1998. When he got into Parliament, 1998. He was in Petra, he was in politics before that, because he used to hang out with Eddie Siaga. Remember, there's a company called Premium, I think it's Premium, that he used to work, that was run by Edward Siaga, and Mr. Holness was employed there. And even when he got into Parliament, he was still employed by Edward Siaga. So, let me go down and see if anything else is here. No, we can't move this. So what I'm telling you is this. If you have reasons to appeal. Don't let nobody tell you any foolishness, that you can't win, or it's a waste of time. This is a matter of principle and the Constitution, and you have to fight for it. You have to fight for it. So here's what I'm being told about West Central St. Andrew, a place that I used to live in. The place behind me is one gully away from it. That street here, you just take that street, go all the way up to the top, and there's a gully. You cross that gully there, you're gone over in the Prime Minister constituency. You're gone over in a Towile. I know the place very well. Here's what I've been told. That they were intimidating tactics employed. People went to vote and them saw a sea of green in front of the polling station, and they just turn around and go back where them come from. Heard that there were irregularities inside the polling station. Heard that the boxes from the seaward location didn't leave until I think it was about 10 o'clock, even though the polls closed at 5. heard that people who were in line were not allowed to vote. Those things, if proven, are enough to void the election in that constituency. If proven, if true, those things are enough to void the election in that constituency. But let me go back and show you something. See this? It's a specimen of the ballot. It's an example of the ballot. So you would have the bell on the head. I don't know if who's top, who's bottom, but you're supposed to make an X. And let me show you something. Now, you see this right here? Oh, come on. I don't know. Kevin, where you there? Okay. Kevin. When I can't see me, but me can't soon, you know. Hold on, folks. I'm going to try to get Kevin because the screen went dead. Screen went black. Let's repeat. Replay that video. Okay. So one people. Now this way it come down to. All right. I was showing you this. So the specimen, so you have the head here and the bell there, and so you make an X, right? But Kevin, still draw near to me, Kevin, because I think there's a problem here with this. Oh boy. Let me see something. Yeah. Gone again. Oh, hold on there. All right. You can't see me. All right, let me come out of this. Let me come out of this and use this. All right. Let's say you make an X right here. Right? With the green there. And then there's another X right here. So now, when them look at the ballot, them say 2 X's. Or them see this X here, the top X, somehow it's extended down here. It's extended down into the second box. What do you call that? What would happen there? Let me show you. In the interest of time, let me show you what would happen. Spoiled. All right. You'd have two problems. You'd have a rejected ballot and you have a spoiled ballot. Right? This hold on. Here it is right here. A spoiled ballot. Forgive me, people. Let me see. Here it is. Spoiled ballot paper means a ballot paper which on polling day has not been deposited in the ballot box but has been found to be soiled or improperly printed. Or another. All right. A spoiled ballot paper, not ballot box. Spoiled ballot paper. What does that mean? It means the ballot that they give you that you have to write on. That the printing on it was so you can't make it out, or there's something wrong with it. I know sometimes when you print things, the colors or the words or whatever, they bleed over into another line. So if you get one like that, clearly there's something wrong with it. So what will happen is that won't go into the box. What you do is you give that back to the presiding officer, and then he'll replace it with one that's good, where everything is clear. Or if you make a mark on it, like you mark an X, and let's say you mark the X, and you really want to mark the X for the head, but you mark it for the bell. You're in a hurry, and you just mark it, and then before you turn it in, you realize that's a spoiled ballot paper. That will not go into the box. You go to the presiding officer and say, listen, I made a mistake. I really wanted to cast my vote here, but instead I cast it there. I need another ballot paper. And then what happens, they have to take that, and my understanding is they put a hole through it. And they see if that it's not counted, it doesn't go into the box. That's spoiled ballot paper. Now let's go to the one that they say it's rejected. Did I pass it? Oh, here it is. Rejected ballot paper means a ballot paper which has been handed to an elector to cast a vote. Okay. This is one where you're given the ballot paper. You don't say anything about the mistake. Yeah, there's a mistake, and maybe you don't even know there's a mistake. This one goes into the box. And it's only when they're counting now they're going to come across this one. Right? Only when they're going to come across, only when they're counting, they're going to come across it. And so they'll look at it and they'll go, oh, we have 2 X's on this thing here. But the person didn't bring it to our attention. They just throw it in the box. And now we're seeing it. This has to be rejected. That's the main difference. That the spoiled ballot paper does not go into the box. This one, and it doesn't get counted. This one, rejected ballot paper, that one is accepted, and then they find out the mistakes later. And then they say, oh, but we can't count it because it has 2 X's on it, or the X is in one place, but it extends over into another one, so we're not quite sure. And there have been cases where, even though the X is not squarely within a box, where the courts have found that there was an intention for you to put the X in that area. So, they're going to be looking at rejected ballot paper, and they're going to be looking at spoiled ballot paper. Here's what I suggest. Here's what I suggest. To any candidate who's having this problem, as Mr. Buchanan, here's what I suggest. When you get the final report, because the final report is not given on election night or the day after, because they have to tally up everything. So you're going to be able to see the votes that were counted for your opponent, the votes that were counted for you, and you're also going to see spoiled and rejected. So in addition to arguing before the constituted authority that, listen, they were intimidating people, they didn't count people who were in line, they didn't let them vote, there were problems going on inside the polling stations, the box took a long time to get to the counting area. You can complain about all of that, but don't lose sight of the fact that the ballots are there, rejected and spoiled. So you want to know the number of rejected ballots and the number of spoiled ballots, because that could turn the election as well. And here is what I suggest. If you see like a rejected ballot paper with like 2 X's on it, we have access to one of the world's greatest, foremost handwriting experts. The person is a Jamaican, believe it or not. I have worked with that person in a professional capacity. That person worked on a civil matter that I had, representing a client. And that person is able to look at those 2 X's or 2 marks and tell you if those 2 marks were made by the same person. There's a science to it. And the second thing is, I don't know if they use pen, or I don't know if they use pencil, or I don't know if they use both. Can somebody tell me if it's pen, pencil, or both that you have to mark your ballot with? There are in terms of securing the boxes, there are provisions within ROPA, and it tells you, in fact, there is, believe it or not, the police, they can secure it at the police station, and you leave you seal it, and I think you leave the key and everything with them, But if they open it, they say you can't tell if the seal is there. If the seal is broken, wink, wink. They say special pencil is used. Pencil. Who's providing the pencil? Pencil. Them can't clean up, Andre, them can't clean up the crime scene. Them can't clean it. Somebody said it should be pen. Yeah, it should be pen. Them can't clean it up because here's why. And here's why it should be pen. Because if them give you a pencil, people can erase the thing. Them can erase it. And somebody says special pencil. All right. So in addition to telling if it's the same person who make that mark, them can't tell. Here's another thing. Whether it's pen or pencil, you can tell if those two marks were made by the same pencil. To the naked eye, it might look like it's the same pencil. But there are special tests that you can do that will tell you if those two marks came from the same pencil. Irene Mark said, special in the bell pencil, if it rub out or get wet, it becomes purple. Yeah. But what happens if it looks like a regular pencil, Mar, when they're counting it, they're not going to do the testing. So they'll just look and they'll see it and they'll see two pencil marks on it. And they'll say, okay, this one is rejected. They'll say it's rejected. And they keep to say the same thing too with the spoiled, except that spoiled, they have to give you another ballot. No, you can't do that, Magallian, because you're not supposed to know the name of the voter. And in fact, if that's one of the reasons why they can even reject a ballot. If there's any indication as to who the voter is, that ballot won't be counted. So if you check the box and you put Mr. So and so, whatever, and you indicate who you are, your address or whatever, that's not counted. Yeah, but Cheryl, here's what happened. Remember now we know. Remember what they said? The boxes were moved. And Francine, we have heard situations where the boxes were moved to locations where both parties were, or members of one or another party, they weren't allowed to see certain things. I even heard a story today about people voting and they have them gun on the table. Not this election though, not this one. But I've heard about some irregularities that you just wouldn't believe. And these irregularities, they came to me through eyewitness account. So even if you don't use the fingerprint expert, even if you don't do the chemical analysis of the paper, the fact that you have people gathered wearing a certain color, gathered in front of the polling station, that's intimidating if you're not a member of that party. If people were standing in line at 5 o'clock and they said, no, can't come in and vote, that's a violation. If there were shenanigans going on inside the place, people put it on an affidavit and it's believed, that's a problem. There's so many problems. From what I'm hearing about that constituency, lots and lots of problems. Says CW said the Prime Minister and his wife brought police to close down polls. So there are lots of things to address, and I'm sure that those things are being considered. I don't know what route. And by the way, this goes for the whole election in it, not just for West Central St. Andrew. The whole election. If you felt that, if you're a candidate and you felt that, hey, you know, I was robbed because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I'm sure you have somebody who can just look at the statute and they can tell you what the requirements are to file. And you see, I've been asking whether or not in Jamaica they have election lawyers. Like, I know in America they have lawyers, that's all they do. That's their specialty, elections. And they know the rules inside out. They know how to break them too. You know? So, folks, stay tuned, because I'm this West Central St. Andrew, I know about that one. That is going to continue for a while. And I said to somebody today, I said, you know what's going to happen? You have to be prepared for a fight. It's Laura, it's voter suppression. Yeah. You have to be prepared for a fight, because here's why it's going to be a fight. Here's why. Let's say that the constituted authority said, they say, yeah, voter irregularity, we have to do it over. Now, guess what? If that is the only do-over, all eyes will be focused on that constituency. So it's going to be hard now for them really do what them do, allegedly what them do last week. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. And if them bring, and if you have international observers who come in and watch this thing, it's going to be even harder. And let's say the Prime Minister, let's say him just the cards knowing I'm in favor and him lose the election. Guess what happened? We don't have a Prime Minister. The JLP will now have to select somebody as a Prime Minister, because if you can only be a Prime Minister if you're a member of Parliament. Because the way it works is that you don't vote for a prime minister, no people. You don't vote for a prime minister. You vote for MPs, and then the MPs of the winning party, they decide, they select the prime minister. Of course, the governor general have a role to play, but him no. Because what could happen, the governor general could say, I don't think Andrew Holness, let's say Andrew Holness is, let's say, okay, Andrew Holness is the prime minister. He could say, I don't think Andrew Holness can command the support of the majority of the representatives in Parliament, and therefore I'm going to select someone that I believe will garner the support of the majority. Under the Constitution, that can be done. But it won't be done. That's what I'm being told. It won't, that will never happen. Oh, wait a minute. My favorite, where should I? Oh, Sharon left me.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
Thank you. That will never happen. That will never happen. Here, listen to this, people.
I was absolutely shocked at the low turnout. Even during the course of the day when I heard challenges at the polling station, at some polling stations, I didn't think that we would end up anywhere near 39%, that we might get to 45% and not the 50% that people indicated. So I was shocked. Absolutely.
What are some of the factors then, in hindsight, what are some of the factors that might have contributed to that in terms of some of the responses you might have received to some of the questions polled? Is it possible that there were some indicators in some of those responses and the people's outlook on some of these issues that might have contributed to that?
You know, we make the point, and I can be quoted as saying that when we do a poll and 50% of the people say they're going to go to vote, we match that against historical patterns, and we water it down by about 2 percentage points thereabout. So my expectation, and I did say so prior to the election, was that we would end up on about 46-47% turnout. Because between the time that people said they're going to go to vote and they vote, there are a number of factors that impact them. One is voter suppression. One is difficulty. You know, there's all sorts of factors impact people. And therefore, we historically have done a thorough analysis of intention and actual. And there is about a 3-4% fall off between intention and action. We expected it to be about 46%.
On the question of voter suppression, how do you define it? Does that include persons being given financial inducements not to vote?
Both, right? Both. And as a political analyst, as a pollster, first of all, I get a lot of feedback from persons about how the system works. We can't verify it. One of the questions we had in our poll in August was, would you be prepared to take money or an incentive to vote or not to vote? And we got answer to both. And therefore, this is the kind of bilateral way in which people are approaching this whole question of voter suppression.
Remind us of those figures, the data that you gathered in respect of that.
Over 80% happily. Over 80% in the poll that we did between the 2nd and 11th of August, 80%, 83% said, no, I wouldn't take a bribe to go and vote. And about 81% said, no, I wouldn't take a bribe not to vote. All right, so we may want to say, depending on how we want to flip it, at 80% is a very strong positive, but it means that about 2 in every 5 persons would be prepared to accept some kind of incentive to either vote or not to vote. So those are worrying numbers for me. I looked at, this is where the lower number is more important as far as I was concerned. Close to 20% said they would take a bribe, all right? And
that can make all the difference.
Absolutely. 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 And what we were hearing in some situations was that the magnitude of the incentive was substantial. I was absolutely shocked at the low turnout. Even during the course of the day when I heard challenges at the polling station, at some polling stations, I didn't think that we would end up anywhere near 39%, that we might get to 45% and not the 50% that people indicated. So I was shocked. Absolutely.
What are some of the factors then, in hindsight, what are some of the factors that might have contributed to that in terms of some of the responses you might have received to some of the questions polled? Is it possible that there were some indicators in some of those responses and the people's outlook on some of these issues that might have contributed to that?
You know, we make the point, and I can be quoted as saying that when we do a poll and 50% of the people say they're going to go to vote, we match that against historical patterns, and we water it down by about 2 percentage points thereabout. So my expectation, and I did say so prior to the election, was that we would end up on about 46-47% turnout. Because between the time that people said they're going to go to vote and they vote, there are a number of factors that impact them. One is voter suppression. One is difficulty. You know, there's all sorts of factors impact people. And therefore, we historically have done a thorough analysis of intention and actual. And there is about a 3-4% fall off between intention and action. We expected it to be about 46%.
On the question of voter suppression, how do you define it? Does that include persons being given financial inducements not to vote?
Both, right? Both. And as a political analyst, as a pollster, first of all, I get a lot of feedback from persons about how the system works. We can't verify it. One of the questions we had in our poll in August was, would you be prepared to take money or an incentive to vote or not to vote? And we got answer to both. And therefore, this is the kind of bilateral way in which people are approaching this whole question of voter suppression.
Remind us of those figures, the data that you gathered in respect of that.
Over 80% happily. Over 80% in the poll that we did between the 2nd and 11th of August, 80%, 83% said, no, I wouldn't take a bribe to go and vote. And about 81% said, no, I wouldn't take a bribe not to vote. All right, so we may want to say, depending on how we want to flip it, at 80% is a very strong positive, but it means that about 2 in every 5 persons would be prepared to accept some kind of incentive to either vote or not to vote. So those are worrying numbers for me. I looked at, this is where the lower number is more important as far as I was concerned. Close to 20% said they would take a bribe, all right? And
that can make all the difference.
Absolutely. 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 And what we were hearing in some situations was that the magnitude of the incentive was substantial.
There you go. There you go. Opal, please move the vote buying, the 2 of them right here. Come in. Just move them, please. And this one. These 3. Thanks. And this one. All right, thanks. All right. We can move from the election and what can, what cannot, what should be done to address the number of issues. And they vary from constituency to constituency. But just rest assured that there are procedures in place to address these. The question is, will people pursue their right to an appeal? Will they pursue it? That's the question for me. The question is not whether or not actions that constitute a violation of ROPA occurred. I've seen enough to say, indeed. Indeed. Am I going to say it's widespread? I don't have that evidence to say it's widespread, but I can tell you that I have evidence of some polling stations where that occurred. And as a result, it is my considered belief and judgment that action should be pursued. If for no other reason, the fact that we live under a constitution, as much as we may not like it, it is the guiding light for us at this point. I know we want to change it, but it's the guiding light. And we have to abide by it. And we should abide by ROPA as well. And there are other laws concerning voting in Jamaica. So we're going to leave that a little bit and then jump onto this. People have been asking me about the Auditor General and the request to the Auditor General. Many of you were not around this past Saturday, and I know it's a long program, so you can't go back and, it's tedious. But I think Opal is going to slice and dice that piece of it so that we can push it out to people. But in the meantime, I reached out to the Auditor General on last week. Actually, I tried to file a complaint almost 2 weeks ago, and it didn't go through. And through some contacts, I found someone in the office and who would accept a request from me. And so I filed it last week. And here it is. And you know, folks, this is what I'm telling you, that you lean into the wind, right? Something happened, you're thrown off kilter, you get up and you get back in the race. The only time you fail is when you don't get up and you surrender. But as long as you can get up and fight. And so this is what I sent to the Auditor General's office, asking for a special audit. Went over this already this past Saturday, but I wrote to them and then they came back and they said, yeah, thank you so much. We're going to record your request for a special audit in our system for consideration. But actually, truth be told, I'm doing more than requesting a special audit. I'm saying to the Auditor General, let me be your ally in this fight against perceived and real corruption. Because I've done a lot of the legwork over here. Thank you, Wilbert. I've done a lot of the legwork. I've reviewed the interviews. I've done extensive background on a couple of people. I've talked to people in the industry. And don't forget, we have a boss too. And I say we because I don't know we own a boss there. Oh, by the way, see that, keep it right there with me. The dollar boss. We'll keep it right next to me and the studio there. The dollar boss. For all of the people, and you know, it's funny. There are some people who say, oh, I lie, you can't buy a bus for $1. If they live in America, and they know anything about the school bus system, they wouldn't say that. But if you live in America and you believe that the bus is not $1, didn't cost $1, give me a call and I'll arrange with me and I'll take you and I'll make you a drive off it. I'll let you drive it. And then I'll give you copies of the title and the bill of sale. I'll give you copies of that. If you don't believe. I know it's difficult to believe, that a bus going to cost $1 and we going to have 80,000. The bus costs $1 and we going to have 80,000 allocated to it for the purchase and some other expenses. And we know, based on our assessment, that those buses, especially the 2010 buses, the 15-year-old buses, you could have buy spare parts till thy kingdom come. And you will. It can come up to $80,000, at least not for the first year. And when we have our minister saying that he have a 1-year service contract, and him saying have a 3-year service contract, and we're trying to figure out which one is it. Is it 1? Is it 3? And who has this contract? Because it can't be JUTC. Can't be. But JUTC is where they're doing the retrofitting. JUTC is the ideal place to fix these buses. So why would the government charge the government to maintain the vehicles? I'm not sure about that. But then again, don't forget, Minister Val said the government charge the government concession. But even with the concession and everything, it won't come up. It won't approach anywhere near $50,000. So then you say, well, wait a minute. Based on our assessment, it's going to cost about $20,000 or less, $17,000. So where the rest of the money gone? Where is the rest of the money? And when you ask, what do you hear? You're too bad mind. Yeah, man. Put it up here, auntie. See me I show off with my boss, you know. My boss that, boss 59. Who not like it, bite it. My boss that. Bim and bam, big up on yourself. And my boss this. See? One Dalski. One dege American dollar. So, don't mess with me and my boss, you know. Maybe the answer then to the people who jealous about the fact that me can get a $1 bus. Maybe a them bad mind. But no have a bad mind, man. When you can come check me and me give you a ride tonight, man. Make you not drive it. Because you know country road up at here there, so we just pull it out and we go for a spin. And we give you copies. We give you copies of the. We can give a copy of the. Yeah, of course, it will be redacted. Can't give the whole thing, but you get a redacted copy of the title and the bill of sale. So we don't know how Minister Vaz, how theme bus them so expensive, and on the same bus, right? Same bus. And say now we find out say is a 3 to 4 year program. And we now find out that the buses them not reach there anyway. The 110 buses they're not in Jamaica. Well, let me hear him, sir.
Purchase have at least 80% of their mechanical life left and are fully functional. The buses which we use under the rural school bus system in Jamaica will have unparalleled protection for children and adult passengers alike. Additionally, it is important to note.
Hold on, adult passengers, where that come from? Hold on a second there. I meant to ask you that some time ago, but it slipped me. But not this time. Adult passengers, not driver, you know. Adult passengers. Who them the people there, Minister? Who school teachers? Are you saying school teachers are gonna ride the bus? Or we are gonna just have a mixed complement where you can pick up. I thought it was a rural school bus program. So when you say adults, you talk adults as in big picnic, or you talk about adults like if a man want to go to work and can just jump on the bus?
Note that the rural school bus program has a dedicated JUTC team that inspects the school buses purchased from America to ensure their safety, reliability, comfort, and annual maintenance cost. So let me just make that clear. We did not buy buses based on pictures. We sent a team from the JUTC along with the supplier to go and inspect and select the buses that we deemed and sought suitable for Jamaica.
Okay. So then the question is, of the 100 buses that you see a man call you and tell you say them have, how many of those 100 buses did you purchase? Because you said it. You said it in an interview. You said somebody call you and say, look, I can get you 100 buses. 100 buses are available. How many of those buses did you purchase? And where were those buses? Because in one statement you said buses came from New York. So I am sure that if the buses were in New York, you went up to New York and you inspected them. You wouldn't want the buses. You wouldn't want people to drive all the bus, come all the way down to Florida, and then you say you don't want them. But then you said all the buses were shipped from Florida. Which begs the question, how did the buses from New York get to Florida. And there are a million questions I could ask you, Minister Vaz, regarding this. And believe me, when me tell you, say, it might look dark, but me not dumb, and me no idiot. Minister Vaz, when you look upon me, who you say? Where you say? Who you say? Answer me, Minister Vaz. When you look upon me, where you say? Who you say? Kevin, where they bring me back Minister Vaz and I'm thinking, you know. And I'm thinking, when them call people, and I'm suit, with them green and black tie. Bring him back there for me. Please bring him back. I don't see him, Kevin. Minister Vaz and I'm green tie, green and black tie. I don't see him. Opal, you see him? Opal.
Purchase have at least 80% of their mechanical life.
Oh, no. Move him. No, the one women I'm suit and them said them dumb, dark, and stupid. I don't see it. Move that Opal. Move me with the bus right there, sir, please. Mr. Vaz, when you see me,
doors have been retrofitted from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, which means the students will board the buses from the sidewalks and not from the road. And secondly, there was all sorts of noise and heat about the tires on the bus, and I gave the commitment that all buses will have brand new tires. So I ask you to please inspect the buses to satisfy yourself that, in fact, the commitment that was made by me has been fulfilled. So, the other thing that I'd like to say is that on the route, on the testing of the 122 routes, where we found that some of the buses that were allocated were not suitable for the routes for different reasons, we have actually changed some of the allocations and changed some of the orders for the buses to be able to specify the needs of the routes. So the bottom line is that that was the reason for the testing of the 122 routes, to make sure that the buses that were assigned are compatible. So that has been dealt with. The issue of the servicing of the buses, the tires on the buses, and the retrofitting of the doors. The last thing I want to say, just to clear up the misunderstanding, the confusion, etc. These buses have engines that are Cummins diesel engines that have a life cycle of 500,000 miles. These buses have anywhere between 60 and 150,000 miles. They will travel between 15 and 20,000 miles per year. So if you do the math, you'll realize that the engines and transmissions of these buses have up to 10 years, and in some cases more, of life cycle before any major work needs to be done on them.
Father, thank you for these buses. So now, Lord, we dedicate them. God, you have given them to us. And so we give them back to you for your people, for your care. Father, we thank you that as they guide you, light them and you protect them. In Jesus' name, we dedicate them.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
See, the holy water has been sprinkled on them. So, you're also anointing God.
Kevin, wait there. Give me the dumb, dark, and stupid, no man. Kevin, run me left me. I can't find it, Kevin. Bye. People, help us. Help us. Look who we have a run country. Listen here.
And bad mind is not something you're born with. Bad mind in your heart, but you're born.
Fully done.
People, they can't make up them things, yeah. Believe me. They can't make up them things, yeah. Can't make them up. See who him now called dumb, dark, and stupid, yeah? Tell me if you send anybody dumb, dark, and stupid in that. Tigo, me know you watch this, you know. Tell me if you say anybody, no, not Tigo, because Tigo tell me say all the meat look white. That Tigo tell me. Tell me if you say anything dumb, dark, and stupid. People. So we're asking the Auditor General to conduct a special audit, not a regular audit, special audit on the rural school bus program, the 2025 edition. We should also ask her to do one on the 2017 edition, because that one, 200 million Jamaican dollars, we don't know where that went. We know that Minister Rural Reid said that they were going to start the program. In August, he said they're going to start it in September, and that they had committed $200 million to the program. And we haven't heard anything. We haven't seen any accounting. But you see, this goes to show why they say we're dumb, dark, and stupid, because we don't ask, we don't pursue. We don't ask, we don't pursue. Omar say, oh, see there? I bet if any one of them people ask about the rural school bus program, the answer would not be you're dumb, you're dark, and you're stupid. State of Light invoke this and say the dumb, light, and stupid. No, now we're at the other table now, no? So it go. So it go. And we sell our souls to people like this gentleman. We believe in everything that they've said, time and time again. So here is what you do. This is I want all of you, 1267. If you haven't done so, that's the email right here. That's the email. AudGen, that's Auditor, short for Auditor General, at auditorgeneral.gov.jm. and say OT put it up right there. Auditor General email audgen@auditorgeneral.gov.jm, signed by respectful citizens. And also, there it is again. And what we did was this time, we said, look, since we're already drafting it and we sent it out already, and I sent it out myself, so let's just put some language so people can just copy the language and use the language as a guide, or just submit the language word for word and say, look, we want an audit of the school bus program. So you have the email address, people. Take a screenshot of it. It's audgen@auditorgeneral.gov.jm. I mistakenly put up N on Saturday, and I think it was Petra who corrected me that it's JM as in Michael for Jamaica. Gov.jm, not N. There it is. And here's the language. Now take a screenshot of the email address. Here's the language. Dear Auditor General, I respectfully request that your office conduct a special audit of the recently launched rural school bus program that was proposed by Minister Darrell Vaz and approved by the Ministry of Science, Energy, Technology and Transport's Internal Public Procurement Commission. And it doesn't have to be that, because I was told that the internal Public Procurement Committee or whatever, it's just a bunch of low-level people that they just rubber stamp things. When I say low level in terms of position, hierarchy in the ministry. But the Auditor General will know what to do. And further, if there's a finding of fraud, waste, abuse, corruption, or the lack of value for money, because Mr. Vaz was promoting that. He was saying Jamaica got value for money, and he emphasized it. So we're saying, Auditor General, if you find that there was no value for money, or little value for money compared to the other options that were available at the time, even though the minister said that there was no option available, we don't believe him. That's the case, Auditor General. We look forward to your recommendation to the Financial Secretary for surcharge actions to be imposed against the PPC and the Cabinet. And you know why the Cabinet? Because Minister Vaz said the Cabinet approved the purchase. Minister Vaz said the PPC approved the purchase. So, Auditor General, whether it's the internal PPC or the external one, we just want you to get to the bottom of this and figure out if Jamaicans got value for money. 1.4 billion for old buses. And we can say that, because a 15-year-old bus in the American school system is an old bus. They decommissioned those buses. And those are the buses, or those are some of the buses purchased. There were 20, thing here, there were 20, yeah, here we go. 2010. 15-year-old buses, you know, of the 26 on the invoice that we saw, 12 of them were, approximately 12 of them, 2010. 2011, 3. 2014, 7. 2015, 4. So we have buses ranging from 10 years old to 15 years old. And we're supposed to believe that that was money well spent, that was value for money. Hell no. No. Let me remove that. So we finish up with that. And then the last one is the Magnitsky. What's the subject line for the email? Rural School Bus Program. Rural School Bus Program. And the Magnitsky, again, for those of you who were not with us on Saturday, The Magnitsky program came about as a result of the killing of a Russian tax lawyer / journalist who came across major corruption in the Kremlin. They locked him up, didn't give him his medication, beat the hell out of him, and he died. And the US government passed a law, I think it was 2009 or 10. They passed a law and they said, okay, we're going to punish the Russians responsible. And then I think it was 2017 that they said, let's expand it and come up with something called the Global Magnitsky Program. And that program says that if you, as a government, individuals, official individuals, if you're involved in gross human rights violations, then if you have a visa, it's subject to revocation. And if you don't have one, you won't get one. And if you have property in the United States or wherever they can reach, they're going to seize the property. And as a government, as government officials, if you're involved in corruption, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to take your visa or refuse to issue you one, and then they're going to seize your property, and they're going to sell your property, and they're going to take the money and send it to the people of Jamaica. They're going to send it to the Jamaican Treasury. And there's also the possibility that you will be prosecuted if they can prove that the monies that you stole. And here's the thing: if they can prove that you have property in America, it's very likely that they can prove that you use the American banking system to transfer funds, whether you did it directly or indirectly. And that calls for, if found guilty, a prison sentence. That's the Magnitsky in a nutshell. And by the way, it started in the US and it was adopted in the several countries, including the UK, Canada, and by the EU, the region. The EU will only look at cases involving gross human rights violations. And we have plenty of that in Jamaica. It's called extrajudicial killings. And it's made even worse by the fact that the police do not wear body cams. And it's not because they don't want to, it's because it's not the official policy. The High Commanders and the Minister of National Security, they have not made it mandatory that you have to wear. In fact, the Minister of National Security says, yeah, body cam, you use it for, for people involved in traffic. But for raids and operations, we're not gonna. And you know why? Because dead men tell no tales. Dead women tell no tales too. And so I'm asking all of you. We had a group that used to meet on Mondays, and we assembled a whole bunch of information. But I'm asking you because we need to refresh that information, and we need to add videos as well. So if you have videos, and I remember there's one where some soldiers and policemen took somebody out of a house. I think once they took him out of the house and took him behind the house, and there was one gunshot. And that was the end of that person. There's another one where they went inside the house, and that was the end of that person. And I'm sure there are many, 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 many instances of this. If you have access to these videos, please send them to us. If you have access to the minister, any minister, but more than likely it's going to be the Prime Minister and it's going to be the Minister of National Security. If you have them talking about human rights violations, please send those videos to us. We know that the state of emergency, that was a human rights violation. And that was perpetrated by this administration. So that will go into the file. But send everything to us because we want to hold them accountable, and they're not going to be held accountable in Jamaica for this. You saw what happened. And the Governor General participated in this as well. They implemented states of emergency. And when the court ruled, hey, this is unconstitutional, what happened? What happened was the aggrieved persons, the people whose rights were violated, they sued the government and they won. And who for money you think pay them? Did not come out of the politicians' pockets. Did not come out of the Prime Minister paid not a red cent. The Minister of National Security, likewise. It was you, the taxpayers. Your money paid for those violations. Paid for those breaches. So, send me all you have. And the petition, it's on the, by the way, the letter that I just showed you, it's on our website. It's OJLDF.net. OJLDF.net. Go to the website, you'll find the letter. Go to the website, you will find the petition. Please, I'm urging you, I'm asking you, I'm begging you, I'm beseeching you, sign the petition. Sign the petition. We're going to open up the phone line. And, oh, by the way, I want to tell you something. There's so much, there is so much to share. Both ways. There's so much, believe me, you know more than you think you know. It's just that you don't compartmentalize it, or you don't, you know, something has to trigger it for you. But you know more than you think you know. Hear people say, you don't know what you don't know. That's not true. That's not true in the intelligence world. Caller, good night. Welcome to special edition of Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Jamaica.
You're calling from Jamaica.
Good evening and good night.
Hi, Miss P. Talk to me.
Why, may I tell you? Why we get some pillar, Mr. Rattigan, and they had pistola. No. More you help me, and then me book, you push me up. Google Gaga Anthony Anderson, appointed by the thief in Andrew Holness, I'm the Prime Minister. And him suspend Mr. James. Now the big thing I know, an inspector man or superintendent man, Wayne Cameron, him no have the authority, and now he can put him on for suspension because the man filed a report against him.
File a report against who?
Portfolio.
Who did Mr. Cameron file a report against?
No, Mr. Cameron, Kevin Blake.
Okay.
Andrew Twin.
Okay.
Corruption them. So the man he must show a superintendent. So he file a case against him. Him not even notice the man put out something. The man pick up and suspend with immediate effect. Jump way over him line. Him not have no authority in it, so. And he jump. That's for sure that this country is a dictatorship. And the immediate people voting back these criminal. When Cameron a police, Kevin Blake is no police, it's alleged. Say he cut out one man belly. When Michael teachers college somewhere there, and run we go America and come back here when Ellington turned commissioner of police. So you see, oh my God, good. You saw God good every nurse in his pandemic come out. And it is reported at the Crossroad police station. But they're going to not tell we the ear. When we are trying to show people is, look, these people have too much power. No, the man filed something against you in a full circle. The police was supposed to have a chain of command. So if he files something against you, you and him go back and file and go and whatever, go in a tribunal, court and whatever. You know, because you say you're a commissioner, I go tell the man, I go sack him man, put him for retirement or whatever with immediate. I that not in a your portfolio. You know, see what we are trying to tell you. So me I tell you no. Bars him and you bust them again, broke down pan road. Then come out to some bus broke down, then couldn't get to reach because of mechanical problem. First day of school. And who Jamaican people, not all of them, I go bash the Jamaican people, you know, because then turn out. But you see the man when named Glass Paul Brown, you end up go bitter. Glass Paul Brown, you go see death and death go refuse you. Because you have to suffer before you're dead. And you have to name you know what. And Kevin Blake, you're part of it too. Because no police now no right to go tap people from vote. A police officers don't walk by to keep the peace if any force or anything. You know go take the police them and make a take out all barrier in a polling station. And make barrier like a state show no there. That's the truth. What can go so? I want to know don't talk about swearing. As to me, if everybody did come with me, no swearing in Nagwan, this election is null and void. This country needs some international people to come run the election and in a run to no AOJ neither. We want people from in the Commonwealth, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. And we might have to ask America to come in. We're going to make America come in with them expertise, them FBI and them digital specialists and them terror specialists. But where the election itself, the presiding officer, we don't want no local people and we just foreigner do that. You just go in there and call you by your name. You go in as politics and then call your name, yes. Carry your ID and go vote. And them are county too. Nobody local no have nothing to do with that. And the candidate them visitor them yard take with them phone. So they can't see the yard and manipulate nothing. Just stay on the yard. And police and people there watching no local police. And watch you know. Doing everything when I want for the day. Make you no comfortable. Right? But and no county now go to no EOJ we are listening. As no vote done and the polling station closed, the people them were in there, count the ballot them on the camera or televise it when them are counting. We don't want no local people in nothing. Uno too wicked to Jamaican people. And you see, Uno, the iron monkey climb and more my exposed car. Kevin Blake, nobody knows so you got out man belly, you know. You know, matter which year or when it happened. Nobody never know. So I say, what out of secret take them a bus out. And if people interested can go dig up it and get the facts, you know, not deep trouble because you commit offense. So you shouldn't be no commissioner, a police. You shouldn't even in the force then. Much less you go be a commissioner. Just so God work good because you know I jump, you know I go too fast, brother. And Mr. Rattigan, there is no way, there's any way this election can null and void and call over.
The whole election?
The whole election, everything.
No, you
or, listen, if you don't want to call over the whole election, Dalrymple seat, Montague seat, Andrew Holness and his wife, Malak Boo Boo, Juliet Cuthbert, all of them seats they need to call over. Those seats need to call over. Right? Dalrymple, Montague, Malabubu, Fairval Williams, Cuthbert, Clyde Green, couple seats did a well to call over.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't call them. You can't have a do-over unless you'd have to do it constituency by constituency, and you have to have the evidence. If you have the evidence,
then we have them have as much evidence. A video not tell lie. I wait here.
Yeah, if you have the evidence, yeah, but in terms of saying the whole thing is null and void, that's a stretch. You'd have to go point out, unless you can point out that in all of the constituencies that the governing party won, that there was election fraud or election misdeeds. If you can show that, then that's fine. But if you can't show it,
guess what? Although me no work as me can count, you can have 10 something in a bank, in a barrel, and when you win a 15. So that means you surpass the amount. What kind of match that? Stopper match?
Right. That being the case, there is obviously a problem there. And then
where people being oppressed and prevented from voting.
Yeah, intimidated, yeah.
Is that no one point to, sir?
Yes. If you can show intimidation, if you can show voter suppression, yes. It's illegal.
And we fall under international human rights, sir.
You could raise it with the UN. However, the best place to raise it, or the first place to raise it with the constituted authority under the Representation of People Act. That's the body that will look at it and say, okay, we see the evidence, and they on their own, they can declare that election null and void, or they can declare sections of the polling stations within that constituency, votes coming out of that as null and void. So they don't have to do the whole constituency. Like if you recall, with the Prime Minister's case, at first it was the whole thing, then it went down to 4 polling stations. So they can do that. And or they can go to court, or anybody can do it on behalf of the candidate. Anybody can do it on behalf.
So which one I quote, then would I go, sir?
I think it's
International
a Supreme Court.
Court.
No. I think it's a Supreme Court.
Sir, may I tell you, although I that will believe in that quote, to me, everybody in Jamaica were in a class and hope there. Them is in Angel's pocket.
Right.
I am telling you, it is so sad and terrible. You can disenfranchise a whole nation for a few persons, for one man, a King Munjan. I am a Jamaica King Munjan, sir.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean.
Brother, this is rough, brother.
Anyway, I'm going to leave you now.
Yeah, man, take another car.
So, big up yourself. All right, Miss B. All right. I just want to talk to them about something. And I've heard people, and this is a multifaceted conversation now. It's a conversation with a whole bunch of tentacles. So stay with me. I've heard them say that the lowest unemployment in the history of Jamaica is now 3.2 or something like that. And we know that's not true because Statin came out and said it's a different methodology from January 2024. So you can't compare anything that's going on after January 2024 to before January 2024. You can't compare the stats because it's a different methodology. And we've been through this many times. And then I hear them talk about the voter turnout, and the voter turnout is 37%, 39%. It's been in the 30s now for a few elections. And when you ask how many people in Jamaica, you will hear people tell it's 3 million. It's 2.9. But then you also hear that the birth rate is going down. Now hear me out and tell me what you think. Hear me out and tell me what you think. I will submit to you that nobody knows how many people live on the island. And you know why? Because the last election was in 2011. I believe they're supposed to do, sorry, not last election, last census. And I believe they're supposed to do the census every 10 years or thereabouts. But the last one was 2011. And the next one was due around COVID time. So that didn't get, I think they started it, but didn't get finished. And they've invested more than $1 billion Jamaican dollars so far, and they have nothing to show for it. So if you don't know how many people in the country, how do you know how many people not working? How do you know how many people working if you don't know how many people in the country? And if you don't know how many people in the country, how do you get to say, well, it's only 37% of the registered voters voted when we have been told that 2.2 million people are on the voters list. Now, in the last time they did a survey in Jamaica, it said that there are 2.7 million people living in Jamaica. So the unemployment rate all of these rates that they are they based on 2011 numbers? Because if they're based on the 2011 numbers, you see the problem. And if they're based on a guess in 2025, you see the problem. How do you have, and then we could say it's 2011 numbers, 2.7 million, and now they're saying 2.2 million people on the voters list. Then you say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. How can you have 2.2 million out of 2.7 eligible to vote? That doesn't sound right at all. In Jamaica, that does not sound right. Because guess what happened? You have a lot of people who died. They're still on the roads. There are people who left the country. They're still on the roads. There are people who are sick and can't vote. There are people who elderly and, well, I guess they still have to be on the roads. But you still have a large, and then you have a lot of people under the voting population, under 80. So how you get 2.2? Here's the problem. Under the same thing here, ROPA. I don't have time to look for it right now because we're going to wind up. But under ROPA, it says that they have to refresh the voter registration rolls every 6 months. If they were doing that, you wouldn't have this bloated voters list with 2.2 million. And we know they're not 2.2 million registered voters in Jamaica. We know this. But it's there. It's wrong. So when people come and tell you this about this, and ask them one simple question: how many people living in Jamaica? How many? And if they give you a number, and you ask them, are you sure? You know, if truth be told, you know what they're going to have to say to you? It's an estimate. It's more like a guesstimate. Because they don't know, they're guessing. And if that is wrong, then the whole, all of the stats for the matter, just throw it out. The same thing go for the murder statistics, the crime statistics. Trust me, my people, when I'm telling you that it is not accurate. It is not accurate. It's not accurate. So I just want to bring that to your attention. It's something that I thought about and said I'm going to bring it, and I kept forgetting. So when you hear them talk about all of these stats having to do with population, just tell them that they're wrong. Just tell them that they're wrong. Because remember, some of these categories, they're subset of the census. meaning that they're connected to the census. The census is the base. So the census will say, we have this many people living in the country, and then you proceed from there. But if you don't know how many people living in the country, then how? The other thing about the unemployment is, ask them, is it the same sample you use every reference period? Every reference week, which is the first week of every period. Because here's what they do, the unemployment rate. Every quarter, the first week of every quarter, that's when they go out and they do their survey. And that survey will last for 3 months. So you ask them, are you asking the same people every 3 months, the same people you're asking? Or are you asking a different pool of people every 3 months? And listen to what they have to tell you. Just ask them. We say, people, we're not paying attention. And part of that is because we don't have the wherewithal to pay attention. We don't have a lot of money that we can sit down and then we can say, okay, the bills are paid, so we can focus on what's going on with Jamaica. We're more focused. A lot of us are focused on putting bread on the table. And we don't know where the next meal is coming from. So you don't have time to think about these things. But your money is being spent. The rural school bus program, when people say corruption, people say, well, yeah, but it not affect me. Because me work right or so, and I put food on my table, it's not affecting me. It is affecting you. It is affecting you. Because all you have to do is just say to the person who says it's not affecting them, you say, the money that was spent for the rural school bus program, here is how it was spent. And we can show you that it wasn't value for money. We can show you that. And you show them, and when they agree and say, okay, fine, if what you're saying is true, then yeah, it wasn't value for money. And you say, okay, so how should the money have been spent? If you had this money to spend, how would you have spent it? Roads, schools, hospitals, housing, water, electricity, national security. How would you spend it? And you let them reason it out to say, oh, I see. If the money had been spent to fix a road, then we'd be better off. I'll give you an example. It's just like with Grace McLean and Dean Roy Bernard, and Grace McLean, Dean Roy Bernard, that 124 million, that's gone. That is gone. The Auditor General says that's gone. And then you ask them, that's corruption. And you ask them, okay, if you could get that money back, what would you do with that money? And you let them tell you, make them process it themselves. Just ask the questions. This money, $124 million, went to this Joint Tertiary Commission, whatever they call it. It's not coming back. There's no surcharge action. Money's gone. Now, let's say we could bring the money back and we give it to you. What would you do with that money? How would you spend it? You're the government. How would you spend it? Let them think it through. Because I can tell you what they're going to say. They're going to say, well, I'd help with the hospitals, roads, the same thing we just talked about. And then you say, okay, so now you understand what corruption is. Because guess what? You're not getting those things because the money is gone. Let them reason it out themselves and say, yeah, if I had the money, this is what I would be doing with the money. I say, yes, but you don't have the money, it's gone. So those things that you said that you would do with the money, that's exactly what the money should have been used for. It should have been used for the betterment of the people of Jamaica. It shouldn't have gone into somebody's pockets. A few people. So that's what we have to do with our people, you know. Give them the problem, ask the questions, and then let them reason it out for themselves. And it's a good exercise, people. It's a good exercise. It sharpens your skills as somebody who's interviewing and interrogating somebody. And then also for the other person, it gives them a chance to use up their noggin, you know. Them use up the gray matter and start reasoning, you know, in terms of being a thinker, creatively and otherwise, so that they don't have to listen to somebody telling them some nonsense and they just swallow it and digest it, and that's it. They think it through. They absorb, they retain, they analyze, and they disseminate. Then take the information in, process it, and then push it back out to their loved ones, their friends, their family members through this course. Yes, Jason, critical thinkers. Critical thinkers. So, Bunny Jump, big up yourself, my brother. So, we have 13 minutes to go. If I don't get a phone call in the next 3 minutes, I'm going to turn off the phone and then move on. But those are the things I wanted to discuss with you tonight, because on Wednesday, we're coming back. Dr. Ben should be with us. And then on Wednesday, it will be the last Wednesday show for a little bit, because I'm going to take a break. The last Saturday show was this past Saturday for a little bit, because I have a whole bunch of things that I have to do. And I just, I'm only one person. So I have to take care of these things and then come back rearing to go, to the whole government accountable. So, call a good night. Welcome to the special edition of Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, good night.
Good night, sir.
Hello?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
I'm breaking up.
I can hear you. Hello? And people, don't forget, check out the website, OJLDF.net. There you will find the letter that you can just adopt, use as a guide, but you need to send the request to the Auditor General. And the Auditor General's email is there as well. And please don't forget the Magnitsky petition. You'll find it there on the website as well. Good night, sir. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. You?
Well, what I was saying here is we, as US, we gave them money all the time, right?
Give them who?
And if they
who? Give them. When you say give them money.
The right way.
No. Hold on a second. When you say give them money, give who?
We as US. Remember, so we gave them money. We gave the Jamaican government money. Remember?
Okay. All right. Now I just want to be clear.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Money for the school system and different things we gave them money for down there.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
You there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. We gave them money. US gave them money all the time. I remember we gave Egypt money. We gave different people money.
Hello. Oh, somebody giving instructions in the background? Hello?
Yeah, I'm talking we as US. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're talking to somebody in the background. Am I correct?
Oh, no. Somebody was saying something. But no, I'm talking to you. What I was saying over again, I'm saying we as US, we gave the Jamaican government money, right? And what I was saying, if they doesn't spend, if they can't tell us how they spend the money, don't we can go after them? The money we gave them, because they don't spend it right.
Yeah, there are sanctions for that. You're absolutely correct. The U.S. government could take some sanctions for, the proper use of the funds.
Right.
Yeah, they could take. There could be sanctions for that. Yes, and especially if it's determined that the money was stolen and then transferred using the American banking system. That's a serious problem there.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. We can't go through that loophole and go after them. I heard the lady was telling you, say, it's like King Jamie Young and stuff like that. But what I'm saying, the US personal can't go after them because we give them money all the time.
Yeah.
I remember when Biden was in office, personally I see, Biden gave them 30 million. And he was at Washington picking up the money.
The vice president gave them the money. Yeah, for inner city youth and some other things. Yeah, we don't have an accounting of that, of those funds. That's true.
Right. So what the point I'm saying here is, if they're using the money doing different things, because remember, we live here, and if we take the money, if for instance they give us a grant, I would just spend the money right. We have problem. Because I own business, I own my own business, and that same kind in COVID, we get a good amount of money, and I gotta give all the papers and everything, make sure the money is spent right.
Okay.
If I get in trouble, you see what I'm saying?
All right.
So
well, you're absolutely correct.
If we gave them money and they doesn't spend the money, we can't start to investigate if they spend the money right.
All right. Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Spend the money right.
Yeah.
It's a be a thief in them down there.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
So go ahead.
No. Finish. Sorry to interrupt. Huh? No, finish your point.
No. So what I'm saying here, based on that, we can't go after them. And as I got on the phone, I'll let you know. I was talking to somebody who know the U.S. attorney in Washington, and I was telling the person I was watching the program and stuff like that. And this is a person who know the lady specific. I'm telling you specific. I don't want to go into details because I'm on the ear. And what the lady was saying here is, if she have enough information, they have to have money, which the FBI, they have to allocate money to do the investigation. But the guy was giving me back a good feedback on it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to follow up on it and see how we can start to pursue through that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Once you do that, let me know. Once you do that, let me know.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Once you do that, keep me in the loop, please.
Yes. Because it's very serious, and I'm really sorry for the people of Jamaica. I live in this country 39 years. It pisses me off.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question before you go, right?
Sure.
And time is at a premium, so we can't stay long. But
right.
You've been in this country for 39 years. And
39 years.
Yeah, hold on, man. And you keep saying you were born and raised in Jamaica, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you leave Jamaica? What?
1986.
How old were you then?
About September, so I came to Miami the 4th of September 1986, and I turned 22.
So you came here when you were 22, right?
Yeah, 22, right.
All right. And you've been here 39 years.
39 years, yes.
Right. And I hear you say, we give them, the pronouns them where you use, they say, we give them money.
Give them, yes, it's Jamaica.
All right. Now, let me ask you.
Administration,
okay.
Give them money.
All right, hold on. Do you, given all that we just talked about,
right.
your tenure in the United States and how you feel about the U.S. government giving them money, do you, and in light of the fact that the Prime Minister says that just because you're born here doesn't mean you're Jamaican, it depends on the choices you make for the country. Do you consider yourself a Jamaican? Is the Prime Minister wrong?
Of course he's wrong.
Tell me why he's wrong.
Of course he's wrong.
Tell me why he's wrong.
Because what he said doesn't make any sense. He only says a stupid argument like that because Mark Goley get at him and he doesn't know what he was saying. That's the reason I say a stupid ass question like that.
No. Tell me why he's wrong though. Tell me why. You tell me why he did it, but tell me why he's wrong.
He said because all right, living in Jamaica, no, he said, I think he said, let me go at the question one more time. He said living in Jamaica, that doesn't mean you're Jamaican. That's what he said, right?
No.
Okay,
no. That's not what he said. No. He said being born in Jamaica.
Right.
Doesn't make you a Jamaican. It depends on the choices you make for your country. for the country. Yeah.
But whether you that's kind of crazy because whether you're born in Jamaica or whether you are all right, you have people who doesn't even born in Jamaica, who doesn't born in Jamaica, what he did affect them, say, because I know people who tell me say what he did affect them.
Right.
So where is if you're born in it doesn't make you a Jamaica? Whether you're born in it doesn't born there, because all right, I'm born in Jamaica and I still like Jamaica. And if he can't tell me, say, I'm not a Jamaican, still though I'm a citizen here,
Right.
he can't say I don't love Jamaica, because I love Jamaica. Why I'm trying to go after him down there? Why? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm born there, but I'm a citizen here, but is the place where piss me off? Why I am trying everything.
All right.
Everything in my power.
Here's
in my power. I'm trying everything in my power to bring them to justice. Everything.
But here's the answer to that question, right? Just so that when if people should ask you, because it's topical, it might come up. You simply have to say, I was born in Jamaica and that makes me a Jamaican. And the only way I am not Jamaican is if I renounce my Jamaican citizenship. And what does it mean to renounce? Renounce means that you give it up. And how do I give it up? I have to write to the embassy here, and the embassy will then contact the Ministry of National Security. And there's a process before they can say, okay, you're no longer considered a Jamaican. Until that is done, you are a Jamaican.
That is true.
All right.
That is true. But the thing is here, you know, the argument is a BS argument he talking still.
That's true. I agree with you. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's nonsense. It's nonsensical. I agree with you. Anyway, brethren, I'm going to run, I'm going to leave, I'm going to grab another call.
But what I was saying, you know,
you can't hear me? You can't hear me?
I hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I say I have to go run, leave, I have to go grab another call now. So,
okay. All right.
I just want thanks for the support. Thanks for the call. All right? Big up yourself. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia, Mr. Rattigan. Mr. Rattigan, come, let's reason now.
Okay.
Mr. Rattigan, I believe this election must be null and void. Why? So much parts unfitted with this election and the level of vote buying. Mr. Rattigan, this cannot be right. When you look into all the dirty stuff that happened, the election did not run fair. And this is the time that we have to stand up and let the JLP party know, so much so the Prime Minister, that we ain't taking no more of his foolishness and the things he throw into our face. Over and over. This is our decisive time and moment, and we must not lose it. So that to send a message straight and decisive to Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party. No swearing in must go on. This matter must go to the court and possible to the highest level, England. Through Mr. Rattigan, we cannot play no longer.
All right.
He has been doing this thing over and over.
All right.
And it's just more and more of the dirty stuff. When you look at Mr. Patmore, could have lost his life with that woman Dalrymple. When you look at what's going on in those voice notes and messages with ISAT, those are not things to take lightly. Because of a fact, I am not itching to say it. There are killers in the Jamaica Labour Party. It might not come out, but people know we're not stupid. So people cannot turn their backs to them. Because what they don't do, they will pay to have it done. Because this is what they have, some of the young youths out there, paying them to do these dirty stuff. We have to call a spade now, Mr. Rattigan. The election must be null and void.
Miss Philly.
Yes, sir.
Are you listening to me?
No, let me finish, then I'm hang up and then listen to you.
Well, you only have a few seconds left.
All right, yes, so I'm finished right now. So, anyway, you want to go, what you call it, parish by parish or whatever, send a message to them. Send a message to them, because they went on stage and talked some things and said we line on them and with this and with that. our time now to shine. Else voting means nothing. Thank you, sir. I'll listen to you now.
All right, Miss Philly. Hold on there. Oh, go on, yeah. All right. Folks, when you say that you want the and we're gone over the time. When you say that you want the whole election to be done over, you have to have evidence that there was a comprehensive failure. It has to go by constituency. You can't just say, well, we had it in 10 constituencies and therefore we have to do over the whole thing. What the court, what the constituted body, what they'll do is they'll say, let's just look at where the problems, where you have evidence of the problem. And then if you say we had it in 10 constituencies and you produce your evidence, then fine, they'll say, okay, well, let's do a do-over for those 10. But to say we have to do a do-over for all 63, you're going to have to go come up with the evidence to show that there were issues with all 63. And I'm sure that that probably won't be the case. Hold on. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Maryland.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Sir Ratty.
Big up yourself, my brother. Big up yourself.
All right. How you doing?
Well, I'm there. Look out at me eye, you know. Things are going on.
I'm just calling about the about being a Jamaican. Most of us as Jamaican, we contribute more to the country because we're not stealing. We're not looting the public treasury. We voluntarily send tens of thousands of dollars in Jamaica every year. We're looking to get nothing back. We just try to build the country, trying to support our friends, trying to support our family.
Right.
So when you're talking about being a Jamaican, we've been a Jamaican by choice. We're not robbing the country. We're trying to build it and looking for better for the kids and the grandkids. But they can have a brighter future than we have. But so I don't understand the argument that we you're Jamaican by choice or by this or that. That is absolutely ridiculous.
To Wednesday night, I'm gonna play your video with the Prime Minister trying to explain that statement, and it was so convoluted. He just tied himself up like a pretzel. He's trying to justify something that cannot be justified. Cannot.
Yeah.
He made a statement, and it would be better if him just come out and say, "Look here, it was just a knee-jerk reaction." Mark Golan surprised me when he pull out him birth certificate, and we have to come back with something. I mean, not in those words. He won't come out and say it that way, but we will understand what he's saying. But him come now and try to explain it, and it just make it worse. And people, don't forget, it's as if it's same Prime Minister who, when he that look support, and him come beg and get the support. And after him get the support, during the time he's looking for the support, one of the things he said was that we will make sure that you have a seat in the Senate. And go ask now if we have seat in the Senate. Ask them what the proposal was in the constitutional reform. The constitutional reform, you know what them say? Them say they are going to get a senator in a Jamaica to represent the diaspora's interests. That's what I'm saying in the constitutional reform report. So it's a joke. It's a joke, brethren. So that's what the thing said.
I know, because this guy is if you notice, this guy is a dishonest guy right through and through. Because whenever, as long as this, notice if ever hear this guy apologize and never say I was wrong. He never did it.
That's true.
I never see him come and say, "Oh, I was wrong and I didn't mean it this way." He always trying to find a cop out and trying to play smart, all that stuff. When we can see right through his action.
You're absolutely correct. I have heard, and you know what? And it trickles down. It cascades Because
Yeah.
if you listen to the other ministers, them no do nothing wrong. Look at Minister Tufton. He blame everybody but himself for the health crisis. You know, him blame everybody. All of these ministers, them blame everybody but themselves. So, and you look at where it started. Started with the Prime Minister. Him set the tone
from the top.
Yeah, him set the tone. Him not take blame for nothing at all. Nothing not take blame for. Nothing. But you know, as the thing said, we are go work on him. And Miss Philly, I just want you to know the question I wanted to ask Miss Philly. She was asking about whether or not she was saying that the whole thing should be done over. And I'm saying to her, if you have the evidence for all 63 constituencies, then fine. You know, it's a possibility that they could just say, all right, we're going to do it over. I don't know where they're going to get the money from, but they could do that. However, what's more likely to happen is that if you have evidence for like 8 constituencies, then they'll say, okay, let's have a do-over for those 8. But they're not going to say, and then also think about it, Miss Philly. If the opposition party members that won, they're gonna say, why am I gonna go through this now and go through another election when I already won fair and square? There were no issues in my constituency. So why is that person's fat is being used to fry me? I had no fraud, nothing in my constituency. I won fair and square. So I'm not gonna go through another election. So that's why you have to think it through and say, well, let's look at the ones where there were real, genuine issues. Those are the ones that we should bring to the what I'm calling constituent that body. I can't remember the name of it, but that's the ones that we should bring to them and by extension to the court. So Miss Philly, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, my brethren. So everything good?
Yeah, man, everything good.
All right, sir. Well, we're gonna talk soon.
All right. All the best.
Take care of yourself, sir.
Okay, no.
Bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan.
Mr. Rattigan, how are you? I'll make mine very short and to the point.
Okay.
So this gentleman who they had signing the X, marking the X. So this is what you meant when you said you'll give somebody, not you, no. They'll give somebody a bulla with their name written on it. This is exactly what you're talking about, right?
Yes.
All right, there you go. That's all I have to say. Have a good night.
All right, thanks so much.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, the caller is correct. You know, this is one of the cases my father said, you put a bulla, you know, the name on it and you name it. The man can't make an X, and you hear people that tell him, I'm going to bribe you. That there's actually use the word bribe. I wait there, OT. Let me see if I find it. Kevin Digoff left me, you know. There's one right there with the lady vote buying. Give me a second, folks. I just want to find this one here. Wait the Opal. Oh, let me go to media. Oops. Where? Nope. Okay, Opal gone. Leave me too. Opal, I'm looking for the one where the guy, they're asking me to make the X, and my man was at a loss. One, people. I'm gonna see it, I don't see it open. don't see it. Hope I'm gone left my people. Oh, on them.
I was born in Jamaica. I never England me birth, no. We try tell them, but nobody know I believe me. Well, but it's telling now. This are me bad. Best 50 tickets on a plane. How me look you now? Oh, me. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Now you hear me? Yo, yo, yo.
Caller, good night. Welcome. Hello.
Good. Take care of yourself, sir.
Caller, good night. Good night.
Mr. Ratigan, let me piggyback on one thing. I'm not staying long.
I'll make mine very short and to the point.
You have your device. Turn your device.
Yeah, I turn it down.
Yeah.
So, okay, I understand what you're saying now. Could we take the Prime Minister to court?
For what?
Okay, and all the people who have the evidences out there, they bring the evidences forward because they're out there. So could we take the Prime Minister to court instead?
For what? For what? What did he do?
For this type of level of voting and buying, where does the money come from to do it? It must come from him.
Where's the evidence?
To be given out so blatantly for what? Mr. Ratigan, come on. Huh?
Where's the evidence?
Huh?
Where's the evidence?
The evidence not out there. You know, it's on social media. If they call for it, it will come. They have it out there.
No, where is it?
Is out there. The picture with Dalrymple police out there. The pictures out there with people paying money for
no, hold on a second.
They are there. Can we take the Prime Minister to court,
Hold on
sir?
a second. Hold on. Hold the horses. The question you ask is whether we can take the Prime Minister. You didn't ask about Dalrymple. You said, can we take the Prime Minister?
No, you asked about the evidences, and I'm saying all of these evidences, naming some of them.
No.
But they are there. They're out there. They're on social media.
Hold on a
People
second.
have them too.
Hold on a second. You started out by saying, can we take the Prime Minister to court? And I asked you, where's the evidence? And then you said that it's out there. And I said, where's the evidence? Because here's the thing. We may believe that he's guilty, but in a court of law, and we can convict him in a court of public opinion. But when you get to court and they said, okay, connect the dots, show us where the Prime Minister spent money and purchased votes. That's when you're going to have a problem. If you don't have the evidence, you can't go in court and say, well, we believe that he did it because where the money come from? The money must come from someplace and he must know about it. That will not result in a conviction. In fact, doing something like that might have you end up paying money to the Prime Minister. So that's why we have to be careful. We may believe it.
Okay, I'm listening to you. And then one question and I'll let it go. Since I just said that way, I was going to ask the other way then. Can I say that now? You finished talking?
Yes.
I don't hear him.
Hello, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, because I'm not hearing it. It's kind of low. Yes, I'm saying then, he's the Prime Minister of the country. Okay, and he sees that, he knows it. And I can tell you, although he says evidence, that they all come together and plan this thing because it was not only in one constituency, right? It was all over. Plus, he turning up at his voting area. His wife, the same thing. These things are violation. Constitutional, they are wrong. He should not have done that. So there are ways in which we could take the Prime Minister to court where the evidences are there, Mr. Ratigan.
No.
Since you said we couldn't take him for the voting,
say he paid the money. But of
No,
course, it comes through him.
Hold on a second. Hold on a
but
second.
as
Hold
you
on.
say,
Hold on.
is the evidence
No. Hold
to
on a
prove
second.
that really
I didn't say
he's
no.
a part of it.
No, I
Where
didn't.
does so much money come
Hold on
from
a
to
second.
be
Hold
handing
on.
out like that?
Hold on a second. I didn't say you
I know
can't.
you can't answer
Hold
what
on a
I'm
second.
asking.
Hold on a second.
The
Hold on.
question anyway.
Hold on.
It comes from them.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, we don't know if it's SSL
Hold
money,
on.
Mr. Rattigan.
Hold on a second.
Or the same bus money them cut and use it. I'm listening to you.
All right, here's what you do. Here's what you do then. Here's what you do. Since you don't want to listen to me, I was gonna ask you a question. What are you doing to hold him responsible? Here's what you do. Since you believe that you have the evidence that he did all of these things, file a lawsuit against him.
Mr. Rattigan, I don't have the evidences. They're on social media. There are people who collected money. The videos are out there. That is what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the Prime Minister. That's who you raised the argument on, about the Prime Minister. And I'm saying, if you look, you and I, we may agree that yes, we believe that he's involved. But the thing about it is that belief is not enough for a conviction. You have to have the evidence. You have to have hardcore. Like you see the guy who was giving out the money, and if we had the Prime Minister handing out the money there, then you could say he is guilty as sin. And then you can bring your action. But if you say, well, I believe he is involved, that's all it is. It's just a belief. You just believe that he's involved. There's no evidence. If you have the evidence, then fine, let's take him to court. We may believe that he's guilty as sin. We may believe that, but can we prove it?
Oh boy, that's all I can say. Oh boy, the corruption continues.
Yeah, the way you go about this is that you say, okay, like the video I showed you where they had people gathered in front of the polling station. That's clear intimidation. Then what you do is you say, okay, people didn't want to go and vote because they were afraid when they saw this, and so they were, they constructively they were turned away. So therefore, we need to have a do-over, right? And then you do the do-over, and then it turns out that the Prime Minister, he loses. That's how you address that. But for you to say, well, for anybody to say, well, because the crowd was there, the Prime Minister knew about it, and he should have done something about it, and he didn't, and therefore he's involved, so let's sue him. First thing I'd ask is, first of all, where's the evidence, and what are you suing him for? What breach? And what's your remedy? So you say, okay, he violated this law, and then the question is going to be, well, how were you damaged? How were the people of Jamaica damaged? What's the relief you're seeking? So it's more than just say him do it. It's like him do it, and we were harmed, and him have to pay consequences, whether it's money or prison or something. Him have to suffer some consequences. So it's more involved than just saying that all of this is going on, and it's a Prime Minister's party, and where them get the money from because them chop the money from this and them chop the money from that. Yeah, we may believe that, but you can't sue on that.
I understand you're clear now. I get what you're saying. And of course, you're the lawman, so I understand that point.
You all right?
That lady, that person in the chat, Jacqueline Thomas, let me tell her something. All the time she come when people are discussing, and she say what she want to say. I don't speak to labor right. That's all I'm telling her. Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Okay, Miss Philly. All right. Miss Philly, somebody said if you sign the petition, I think it's Hurricane Ate, ask her if she sign the petition. I think fair election, not a thing wrong. I guess what they're asked, I guess what they're asking, somebody's asking if you sign the petition. I'm thinking more like the Auditor General, the letter for the Auditor General. I'm sure you sign. Sure you sign, right, Miss Philly? Sure you sign it. So, folks, I don't know. Uti abandoned me because Uti, I look for some documents and I don't see them. I look for Mr. Vaz. I don't see him either. But anyway, here's what we're going to do, folks. Wednesday, we're going to meet and we're going to have a really nice program. We have two guests. and you're going to really like what they have to say. Of course, Dr. Ben is one of them. Actually, Dr. Ben is more like a co-host. But we have a young lady, her nickname escapes me now, Lychee. She's coming on. So I just have to have a little conversation with her tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we're ready to go. So come prepared to talk up the things with us. And again, it's an interactive space where we engage each other. And we learn from each other. Like, say, Miss Philly now, Miss Philly is saying, and I understand her passion, I understand her passion. I understand exactly where she's coming from. But what I'm saying to her is, Miss Philly, in the court of public opinion, yeah, you're right. In the court of public opinion, you can, all the things you're saying, not just you alone, a lot of people saying them. But when you start talking about a court of law and say, well, we want to take people to court, you have to make sure that you have the evidence, because otherwise you're going to look like a fool. In fact, a lawyer probably wouldn't even take the case, because they're going to ask and say, okay, show me where the prime minister is connected to what's going on. And if you can't show the connection, direct or otherwise, you're going to have a problem. But we're entitled to our own opinion as to what the prime minister is doing. You can say, based on everything that I've seen in the Craig Beresford's affidavit, that I don't think the prime minister is worthy of being prime minister. And I would agree with you. But then if you say, well, we're going to sue him for the things that so-and-so said about him that we heard and that people on social media said, and no, that's a little bit too much for me, So, all right, folks, so here's what happened. It's 11:22 now. We're going to sign off, and we look forward to seeing you on Wednesday. And we're going, like I said, we're going to have fun. I'm going to make sure you come with all of your questions, because I'm sure you're going to have questions regarding the election. Here we go. So that I'm a cue here. Oh, Miss Wopal, turn it. Should turn it up and should. Okay. No, Wopal, they can't keep it going. So, again, folks, it's been a pleasure sitting here, chit-chatting with you, putting up stuff, and just moving forward with the plan. And around here, we talk, but we also take action. So please go ahead, sign the petition, and send the email off to the Auditor General regarding the special audit for the rural school bus program. We need to know where that money went. We have to take a stand. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And the days of talking, and hoping and praying, those days, they may not be over, but we've added something new to our repertoire, and that is taking action. And I'm so proud of all of you for signing the petition, writing the email. And for those of you who have not done so, I trust that you will. Until Wednesday, I'm going to take care and be well. Oh, by the way, tomorrow night I'll be on Mystic. So you'll see me tomorrow night, but I'll be a guest. But we'll be back in the captain's chair on Wednesday. Take care of yourself. Be well. Bye-bye.